Hello, hello. I'm still just getting, oops. Hopefully you can hear me. If you can't, speak up. Sorry for the camera shake. I just want to get all my stuff going, and of course my mic is acting up again. I'm gonna wait for a few more people to hop on here anyway. I keep sitting down at my machine with no foot. I keep like swapping feet. I have my favorite foot, and I keep putting it on my other machine, on the industrial and this one, because they share one. I need to just order a second foot. They're not even expensive. Let me see if I can't get this situation figured out. I don't know why this mic, I've used it forever and it's always done great, and now it's doing super weird stuff all the time. So, let's see if we can fix it, shall we? Okay, looks like it's connected. Looks like everything's good. I'm gonna plug you guys in and we'll see what happens. Let me know if this audio changes, please. Sound better, more clear, different? Hopefully that fixed it. I always like to use a mic when I can because I know audio sensitivities are terrible for some people, and you know, it can stink to try that you want to engage in something and you just can't because the audio sounds terrible. Okay, I also need to, I have one of my unfinished projects over here. I think I'm being very ambitious by thinking I'm going to get through more than one. I need to finish binding. Abby, did you say it seems worse? I'm going to try to get you guys in position too, so you can see like a little bit of me and a little bit of the sewing project. Most people are just listening anyway, you know how that works, but maybe that's better. Okay. Well, let's see. Maybe this will be better. And then if not, maybe we'll just do it without the mic, but I always feel bad when the only thing I don't know is it shouldn't have anything to do with anything, but let me just turn the volume up on my phone. How's that? Is that any better? Better, same, different? It should be better. I usually like to do the mic on the inside of my shirt, but this is a pretty thick shirt. It's cotton lycra. So, anyway. Why is this happening? What is going on? Oh, I have double magnets. Y'all, I'm a mess. I'm like, why is this not sitting the way it's supposed to sit? Okay. Well, let me know. I mean, seriously, let me know if that's not good. I can try unplugging this mic. I've had this mic for a long time. It's the one I used to shoot regular tutorials, and it's been fine, and lately it's been doing really funky stuff. But like, everything's been doing funky stuff to me. The camera that I use to take all the website photos, I use a different one to shoot. That camera, just like, I've had it for years. It's a really nice Canon camera that I used to use for like photography. And so I just happen to have it, and I still use it for product photography now. It just like decided yesterday it wasn't going to function either. Just like, nope, no thank you. And that's at a really bad time. So anyway, let me grab my sewing machine foot, and then hopefully we'll start to dig in on this one. So since I started doing this series, I'll be honest with you, I didn't really know how it was going to land. You never know how things are going to go. But it seemed like a good idea at the time. It seemed like it was kind of interesting. I like to do research on things, and lately a lot of what I've been researching and looking into is behavior, both for introspection on my own part, but also to try to figure out a little bit about why people do the things that they do. Just to kind of figure out, I don't know, patterns, tendencies, developmental processes, the whole psychology around the human condition is interesting to me because I suffer from it just like you do. So, you know, but it's also one of those things where you have to start looking at things, for me personally, where I had to start looking and saying, why is this happening? why did it happen? How can I avoid it again? What do I need to look for? What are, you know, signs, symptoms, patterns, whatever, of whatever these things are. And that's how this whole situation came about, because I thought, you know, we often make like that kind of, it's not cliche, but that like joke or whatever about sewing is our therapy. And it is. Like for me, it's my escape. But it's also time that I use to like think. I use it to challenge my brain on a project. I like to have fun. I like to be creative, but in this same way, it makes me think, okay, you know, I get time alone with my thoughts, I suppose, and then I start thinking about all these things, and I've been thinking about a lot of stuff that's been going on, you know, things that go on in your life. So anyway, when I started this series, I did not know how it was going to land. We've talked about several different things so far, and after the very first one, I had several people reach out to me via email and DM, both on the group, like my business page, and the business email. And then also a few people who like are able to contact me personally have done so on Facebook. And the stuff that you guys were telling me, not only was it really encouraging, which was nice, but you were giving me like parts of your stories and telling me, you know, things, how you related to this, or like things that were going on with you. And saying, you know, oh, it was so nice to hear somebody else say that, or like, thank you for telling me this. I've had this internal thought process or voice in my head, or my person telling me that this was what was going on, and it was so refreshing to hear somebody else say it. Or, you know, I can relate to you because that's happened to me, or that's currently happening to me right now, and it's so good to have somebody else say it. So that's exactly where this came from. And after the first one, you know, again, so many people kind of reached out, and I talked to a lot of you, and then ever since then, I get, you know, replies and responses from you guys, not only here in the comments, but also, you know, like I said, via PM and email. And always feel free if you have something to say. Like, I'm not gonna, you know, I may kind of reference it and say, well, somebody told me a story about, but I'm never gonna like use your name or like out you in any way. And also realize that it's, for me, a judgment-free place. Like, I'm happy to hear, you know, if you just need to tell somebody, sometimes it's easier to tell somebody something when it's not your immediate friends or family or like coworkers, right? Because those people are involved in the very, you know, interweavings and deep parts of our life. You can't get away from them. You see them all the time, and sometimes they are the problem a little bit, or part of the issue that you're going through. So it's hard to talk about it with them. And because I'm not, you know, your coworker, or, you know, I mean, I'm your friend, your friendly neighborhood sewing communist, communist, I'm not a communist, community, you know, person, you know, it can just be easier. So anyway, the topic for today, because it's come up a ton recently, both with you guys hearing me talk about stuff and then coming to me and going, hey, you realize, right? Or maybe you should look into this because something similar happened to me. And then also in my own just kind of research, reflecting things that I've looked at. That's how this topic came up today. So the topic for today's whole Say It While We Sew discussion is going to be jealousy, on lots of different levels, both. And then we're going to discuss all the intricacies of that. But I have a couple comments here I'm going to read through, and then I'm just going to get into my binding. Also, I want to show this to you guys because I'm very proud of it. Those of you who know, I'm still waiting on my boxes for templates to ship. I can't ship them to you. I can't sell them to you till I can ship them to you, and I can't ship them to you till the custom boxes get here. And I'm really hoping they'll be worth it. I did get a notification that they finally shipped. Yes, like yesterday. So they should be here sometime soon, hopefully. But when you order templates from me, when they are finally available, you will get a special little something in your boxes. And this is one of the special little somethings, and I think it came out so cute. Where's the camera? There's the camera. And this will also answer your guys' question about, look at how cute it is. There it is. It's backwards for me and you, and so it's hard to, but it's so cute. I drew this little rotary cutter like I draw all of my art, and I had it printed on glitter background, so it's a special cute little glitter sticker, and I love it. It makes me happy. It's the little things in life that give you joy. For those of you who asked, this is the, where am I? Elna EF1. It is the Elnita is what they call this specific kind of like genre or whatever of model. It comes in white. It comes in this mint green color. Of course, I love mint green. So I had to get this one, and it has all the vintage feels to it. And anyway, yeah. Spoiler alert, we haven't released it yet. For those of you who may or may not know, my husband is the one who edits all of my like comprehensive tutorial videos that are edited content. And he does a fantastic job on them. He is specifically to credit for how nice those videos turn out. But he does have a full-time job, a 9-to-5 job. He works corporate. He works very hard. He's got a whole team of people. And it is starting to be very, very busy season for them. So he has kind of, stepped away, and I have not been pushing him on editing those videos because I want to respect his time. I don't want to make him feel like, he doesn't work for me. I'm the only person who works in my business. And, his time needs to be spent taking care of himself, right? So after work, when it's really stressful, I don't want to put something on his plate where I'm like, oh, hey, can you help me? Can you do my video? So I shot the video for this machine. It's part of the review series. And spoiler alert, it's the one I went with, and I'm so happy I did. But we just haven't released the unboxing and review of it yet. I shot those videos earlier this year in February, or the whole series. And we've just been kind of slowly releasing them as time allows him to be able to edit. He has been helping me do lots of other things. We bought a new laser for the business, and that did arrive a couple of weeks ago, and it's just taken some time to get it up and running. It is up and running now, and he has been a very huge, crucial part of that, where he has, been obviously training me, helping me set it up. It was a beast. It's so huge, you guys. Really, really huge. And so we had to rearrange like our whole house to get it in, have a place for it to go, and then to set it up, permanently where it fits. So we have been kind of like playing that game. Did you ever play those games with the square puzzle and there's one hole and you got to rearrange like each piece, right, to get the final thing together, right? We're doing that in our house. So it's like we had to move stuff from one room to the next room to the next room to be able to move it over here. It's chaos. But anyway, might back you guys up just a tiny bit. So anywho, that's what's been going on around here, along with a billion other things, and lots of other dumb nonsense in the background that doesn't really deserve anyone's time or energy. And yeah, so that's just life. But I'll show you guys the first thing I want to work on here. I sewed this up on live the other day. It is my Iron Man math pack, and it currently looks the way that it does, all sucked in and weird like this, because it doesn't have any binding. So I'm going to be binding that while we talk today. I need to turn it inside out and get my binding all set up. And then, yeah, for those of you who watch that, he does light up. I love him. He turned out so good. I'm especially proud of this project. Okay, so let's get into it. The first thing that we're going to talk about, because this is confusing, and it was not really confusing to me too, but you often hear about jealousy, and you will sometimes hear people use the interchangeable, or use two words interchangeably: jealousy and envy. It's very important to know that they are not the same thing. Envy is a feeling. Envy is a feeling that we have all had at one point in time in our lives. I don't care if you're the nicest person, you're a saint, you're whatever, you've had it. Envy is a feeling of admiring, wanting, feeling bad, negatively in some way about something that someone else has. It's just a feeling. So when you see, a car that somebody else really likes and it's your dream car and you go, oh, I really want that car, that's envy. If you, oh, that vacation that they're taking, that's on my bucket list, and oh, I can't believe she got to go there. I'm happy for them, but I really want to go there too. And I'm at a point in my life, I want to make that happen. How can I make that happen for myself? That is also a form of envy. It's not necessarily bad. It's something that we all have had happen and we all have experienced. Jealousy is, it comes from that same condition, but jealousy is a behavior. So that's the difference. Jealousy happens when you have envy for something, but jealousy almost always and most characteristically a specific characteristic of jealousy, I should say, is manifested in territorialness, being threatened, feeling upset, scared, fear, anger. And typically that's going to come about when, like, you know, you're going out for the same job as somebody else and they are feeling threatened, or you're in the same industry as them and they're feeling threatened that you're having success and it's either not involving them, not the same as them. Maybe you are more successful than them. Maybe they just feel like you're more successful than them. That is jealousy. And the kind of third thing that goes with this, well, that sucks. I just opened a brand new pack of binding and look, there's a cut piece in here. How dumb. I hope I have enough to finish my project. This is brand new. Well, I am envious of whoever bought binding and got a full pack like they were supposed to in one continuous piece. Okay. Well, anyway, so sorry, that kind of derailed things a little bit. Like it just, I don't know, I got this little piddly piece. How silly. Oi, I swear, it's always something, isn't it? Anyway, the third part to all of this is that with envy specifically on its own will never turn into bad behavior. When it turns into bad behavior, that's jealousy. And jealousy is what kind of like pushes over the border of, you know, I'm gonna sabotage this person. I am going to go after them. I'm gonna attack them. I'm gonna spread rumors. I'm gonna spread lies. I'm going to manipulate XYZ. Like, I'm gonna do all of these things because I am specifically jealous. I am threatened. I am upset. Therefore, I will do these things. And so that's what we're gonna talk about today. We're just gonna, you know, if you have a specific instance where you've dealt with this, you have witnessed it, you know, then feel free. Obviously, like I said at the beginning, you can talk to me about it. You can deposit your, you know, stuff here in the comments. I received so much feedback from you guys since starting this series, you know, wanting to know about jealousy and wanting to talk about it and wanting to just confide in somebody about, you know, is that what this is? Or, oh, hey, I didn't know that that's what this was. Check my bobbin before I get too far in here. Nobody wants to do binding with an empty bobbin. Okay, we're all good. And I mean, some of the stories that you guys told me were, you know, interesting. I say that. I mean, they were very disheartening and sad. And, you know, it just, but it is interesting. It's interesting to hear, and it's interesting to know that you're, you know, not alone in these things. The first time that any of us experienced envy and or jealousy was probably as children. I highly doubt anybody made it past the age of 4 in their life without ever feeling that. If you've been around any little kids, your school teacher, you've got grandkids, I guarantee you've probably witnessed this, because kids are just learning how to regulate their emotions, right? So they're going through all this. This thing we call life, and they're trying to figure out how to navigate it. And so a very bare bones silly explanation that I'm sure all of you could identify is like a child who's got a toy and another child wants that toy. Now they may not, most of the time they probably are going to just express it that way. I want that, and they're going to take it. That's a very bare bones explanation of it, but it can look a lot different and be a lot more nuanced, especially as we get older and life is different. But children in general tend to not have, in my opinion, a nefarious motive when they're really little. They don't know better. I don't tend to think, and most psychologists would agree, that most children don't tend to be manipulative in that sense as adults can be. They're not conniving. They're not Machiavellian. They are just kids trying to figure out how to regulate their emotions. And they see something, they like it, they would like to have that, they want to play with it, they want it. They envy it, and it jumps right from envy into that jealousy of, you have that, I'm bigger than you, I can take it. And they do. But there can be, you know, again, subtle nuances to even stuff like that with kids that they may not realize, you know, where it borders over. If your child, you know, or a child came to you and said, oh, she has that ball, and I really like that ball, and I would like to have that, that's envy. That's not jealousy. But when it turns into that child figuring out or trying to figure out some way to get that ball from the other kid, and, you know, either lying about it, well, I had that ball first, that is jealousy, and that's jealous behavior. And when somebody, anybody, especially when it's an adult who knows what they're doing, begins to exhibit behaviors of jealousy, and they start to act on those, you know, actually acting on those behaviors, taking it from envy to jealousy, that can be particularly dangerous. And I do use the word dangerous because it is. It gets dangerous when people try to come after your family, which is 100% a thing. It happens in relationships, it happens in familial relationships, but it can happen at your job. It can happen with your friends. You will get people in your friend circles, unfortunately, who are jealous of your relationship with other friends, people within that same circle you're in, or they may be even upset that you have a separate circle of friends and you spend time with them doing different things, right? Sorry, I'm going to move this out of the way just so I can. Here we go. That might be a little bit better. Get that out of the way too. Okay. I don't know what I did there. I think I just screwed up my audio again, you guys. What in the world? I need to stop touching this mic. It was getting in the way of my project and I didn't want it to make noise. I don't know if I'm actually screwing it up, but it's scraping up against my project and I didn't want that to happen. Should fix it. Anyway, so, I mean, it can happen in literally all realms of your life, and depending on what type of person you are dealing with, it can be more dangerous than others. Some people, you know, while it may be hurtful and harmful in that way because it's just hurtful and it's a big bummer, other people will literally try to assassinate your character, try to affect your livelihood. They will absolutely, you know, and there's a big difference, by the way, when there's actual abuse taking place and something is going on and somebody's speaking out about it. Totally different situation, because if you did something and somebody's holding you accountable for that, I mean, that's your own fault. That's not jealousy. That's, you did something wrong, and I mean, it's, somebody is holding you account to that, right? Like, you do something bad, the police come, what you did was illegal or not right. You know what I mean? Like, you're not gonna be like, oh, you're jealous of me, that's why you're mad. Like, no, you did something wrong. You're being held accountable for it. So that's different. I don't necessarily know that any, you know, rational-minded adult would conflagrate those two things and be confused about it, but I guess I just figured I would say. We're talking about, and again, I'm sure most of you have experienced this in your adult life, unfortunately. If you haven't, I'm very happy for you, and I hope that you never have to. Katie, you said it's lower again. Shouldn't be necessarily, but let me know if it is. All the mic levels look good from here. Hopefully it's still okay. But anyway, if you have not experienced this as an adult, again, I'm happy for you. I made it pretty far in my life, actually, without ever realizing that this was a thing, without ever really experiencing it, or I guess knowing that I experienced it. And it took a very good, nice older mentor of mine at the time to explain this to me. And I was like, I mean, what? What? Are you serious? And ever since then, it's not something I've dealt with often, but it does crop up. And it's just something that you got to learn to navigate, but also you need to learn to guard against. And so if this is something that is happening to you, you know, you can learn the signs. You know, obviously I'm not going to be able to talk about every experience today. I can only really reference my own. But just know nobody is immune. And again, envy and jealousy are two very different things. You probably have been envious of someone in your life. I can guarantee it in some way, shape, or form. If you have ever wanted something someone else has, but you didn't act on it, You didn't do anything to sabotage them to get it, and you didn't harm them or try to harm them because they had something you didn't want. That's envy. Pure and simple. If you are being a bad actor because you're mad that someone else has something that you have, like their friends, their money, their job, and you're actively doing things to hurt that person, to try to assassinate their character, to manipulate their friends into not liking them anymore. You are telling lies about people to that friend to manipulate them. You are, there's endless things. That's really kind of the only stuff that I've ever personally had done to me, except for people just kind of making, mean comments. But the other side to this, where it does come over, because it is a very common trait in a person who suffers from narcissistic personality disorder, is when we talk about narcissists. And if you've ever dealt with a narcissist, in most cases as adults, we deal with them in marriage, it seems like. But you could have a narcissistic boss, you can have, narcissistic friends, family members as well. But it typically seems to manifest for most adults in marriages. Almost always. Like people, I got married to a narcissist and I didn't know it, kind of a thing. And then these behaviors started coming out and it was, negative, and that's when I discovered. That's usually how it happens. But that's not the only time, I will say. Let's see. Karen asked, what pattern is that? It's the Mav Pack. It was Karen that asked it. Sorry. Yes, it is the Mav Pack. This is sized 130 actually, because I had to size it for the SVG that I drew. And I had to size it for the light that I used. So I found this light, I drew the SVG off of this specific size so that it all correlated, and then I sized the bag accordingly around it. Redbird, I'm gonna have to assume, but I might be wrong. Is that you, Carrie? I'm thinking that's you. But if it is, hi Carrie. If it's not, hi Redbird. Anyway, so we'll just get into some stuff. This is kind of, what do they call it? Like acting this thing out or talking it out so you can spot it. And you might even hear some of these things and go, oh, that's me, like raising your hand. Or you might go, oh, I've never experienced that, or something as, in between. The first time that anything ever happened to me like this, it was many, many years ago. And like I said, it took a mentor pointing this out to me. I was in my late, I was probably in my mid-20s at the time. And this was an individual I worked with. This person was, my boss, not my top boss, but one of the managers where I worked. And where are my clips? There's my clips. This whole situation came about because some good things were happening in my life. Plain and simple. I had finally kind of attained a level where, in my restaurant career, where I worked in restaurants for 16 years, restaurants and bars, and things were going really well for me. I had kind of finally hit my stride, I guess. I found my niche. I was happy. There was more money to be made at that time for me, so it was positive all around, and I was happy. And I was very confused because someone that I hadn't known for like my whole life, but I'd known for a few years, and I felt close with them. And we were the same age, and we were kind of not really growing up, but essentially, growing up together. Like we had our, kind of first apartments, like all of our crappy cars, all of these things. And this person, being the same age and all of that, she was also in restaurant management at a different chain. And, I noticed that at first, when I first got this new job and I was really excited about the promotion, it was a weird feeling. Like I thought that this person would be really excited for me. I thought that they would want to celebrate in my joy and my success. And that's the first red flag right there. I don't care if it's your family member, coworker, friend, neighbor, any human being, anybody, a stranger on the street. If a stranger walked up to you, you're at the grocery store, and they said, I just had to tell somebody, I just had this really great thing happen to me. I just won $5,000 with this lottery ticket. What would your initial reaction be? And really think about that. This is a person you don't know, you're not invested in them in any way. My initial reaction would be, wow, that's awesome. That's a great feeling. Like, what are you going to do with it? How lucky are you? Like, that's great. I hope it, like, I probably wouldn't say this out loud, but my initial thoughts would be, I think that probably found you because you needed it, right? Like, that's what I would think. Like, oh, I hope that you had some big debt you had to pay off, or that you were, basically praying for a miracle and it found you. Like, that's, my thoughts. And, everybody's going to be different, but how would your reaction be? If you find that you would be envious of that person and even angry, if you think, oh, I'm going to try to steal that lottery ticket, I'm going to follow them outside and I'm going to take that from them, you are a jealous person. And I would strongly encourage you to look into that and figure out, you need some introspection there. Like, that's not a joke. That's like that's not healthy. You should be happy for people even if you don't know them. You don't have to do cartwheels, you don't have to do crazy things, but if you have negative feelings towards someone else's joy or happiness or good news, that is not a good thing. And I know all of our initial thoughts and responses about that would be, oh, of course I would be happy, but really search yourself. Think about people that you know. The last time that somebody got a job promotion in your work, were you happy for them? Did you feel good for them? Did you think that must be nice, for them? Were you happy about it? Even if you don't like that person, even if maybe they're not the nicest or whatever, can you find joy in someone else's success? Someone else's happiness? As a healthy human being, you should be able to do that. Some people say, well, you got to find the silver lining or whatever. I understand that there's a fine line, because when we have connections with people, it's like, well, I don't really care for that person. They were not very nice to me, or they've always, bullied me, or they were mean to me, or, they pick on me. They go out of their way to do bad things. Like, I get that. But actively trying to harm somebody because they have something that you don't think that they deserve, because again, that's another form of jealousy. It's not your job to delve things out to who gets what. It's none of our jobs. Some people are going to get success that you don't like, but the difference is, are you just kind of like pushing that to the side and going, oh, well, that's for them? Or are you actively rooting for them to fail? Are you saying things like, well, they can't have a seat at my table? Because that is jealous behavior. That is, I am threatened by that person. I am actively going to sabotage them because I don't want them to have this. I don't like that they have it. There is a difference. And once again, I'm going to circle back to the fact that it's completely different when you are speaking out about what happened to you that was wrong, because it happened to you. If you say this bad thing happened to me, that's your story and you're owning that, period. So we're not going to say like, well, this person abused me and I shouldn't speak out or say anything about it because that means I'm jealous. No, that is not the same thing. There is holding people accountable for things that they do. But if you are actively trying to sabotage them and like going to the police, getting a lawyer, doing what's within your right to make sure that you're protected and other people are protected from a predator, speaking out about predatory things, that's not jealousy. Jealousy is manipulative behavior, things that happen in the shadows, things that if it came to light, other people would go, wow, they did that? That's awful. That's horrible. Like, those are things, there are nuances here. And again, like I said earlier, I don't think any rational person would think, oh, going to the police or speaking out about abuse, that's jealousy. But I just do have to clarify. So going back to these real life examples, there is a saying, when it's time for people to clap for you, be suspect for the ones whose hands don't come together. If you're standing in a room of 10 people and you announce some really happy news like, I got this job promotion I've been working for, or I finally put myself through college and I graduated, I got that house that I put in a bid for, any of those things. I got a new car. I lost weight. I worked up the courage to go do that thing I've wanted to do for a long time. Whatever it is, if people's hands are not coming together for you, that is a suspect thing if they are within your circle. Because anyone who is healthy and has your best interest at heart will be happy for your joy. And they want to share in your joy and your success. They want you to tell them about your joy and success. They're not going to be annoyed like, oh, she's telling me about another great thing that happened to her. That is not a healthy relationship. So, Carrie said that, that she was logged in with her email. Hi, Mamie. So, there are nuances to all of these things, but it was definitely a red flag for me when I told my friend about, I'd been working in this industry for a long time. I finally, got old enough and had enough experience, went out for this job, took an interview, and I got it. And I was moving on from this restaurant I had been working at as a fine dining waitress for a long time. And, this is a whole new thing for me. It was like, I was, kind of telling her, like, I'm kind of nervous, I've been in this industry for a long time. I think I know what I'm doing, but, you've been doing this for a few years now, and, kind of talking with her about it. And we had mutual friends, all kind of in the same circle, and she reacted really weirdly. She kind of pulled away from me. She definitely didn't seem happy. She seemed more surprised. I don't know if surprise is the right word. I mean, I can't even really tell you because, to be honest with you, we didn't talk for a lot longer after that. Things were fine. There was no big dust up or anything, but she just got really weird. And then much later, I found out from someone else that one of our mutual friends, around that time when I told her, that I was happy about this thing going on for me, when I got a new job, that meant that I got a new car, and I bought some suits because I had to wear suits at work, so I had to go out and fashion myself with a wardrobe for my job. And so when I would show up to things after work, with friends, we'd go out for cocktails and drinks and things. I would be, in my suit, and, people would kind of, oh, you're dressed so fancy, kind of joking around, our friends. And I would, joke back like, oh yeah, well, just got off the big girl job, and just kind of made these little references or whatever. And she would get annoyed. She would get annoyed about this, and you could outwardly tell that she was acting really awkward. And I tried not to pay attention to it. Honestly, I didn't really think it had anything to do with me. It never really registered. I mostly just thought to myself, gosh, she's being strange. I wonder if she's okay, and I would check in with her like, hey, how have you been? How are things? Are you good? We don't talk as much as we used to. I know that, I work a ton more. She always had the same schedule, but my schedule changed. And so I was working a lot longer hours, in management. And I said, I know I work a lot more, so we don't really get to talk. I send you messages late at night when I'm counting up all the, drawers and closing down the thing. But I've invited you out for drinks. We used to go out for drinks all the time. And she just kind of, gave me the old oh, I've been, busy. And I thought, okay, yeah, no problem. Well, I'm around. Well, then I found out from a mutual friend a long time later. I kind of left this person alone after a while. And she straight told this mutual friend of ours. I didn't find out for a long, long time. I said, one night I was out with the other friend, and I said, I haven't seen her in a while. How's she been? I, send messages. I don't really hear from her. And she straight told me, she's mad. And I said, she's mad at who? Mad at what? And she goes, she's mad that you got that job. And I thought to myself, my first inclination was she going out for that job? I mean, it was at a restaurant chain that neither of us worked for, and I thought maybe she applied for it, and I didn't understand. And she was like, no, I went out with her not that long ago, and she just started going off that she just doesn't want to see you. She said a lot of, not great things about you, to me. Just, she's mad. And I was like, what? I mean, because for me, this just did not compute. I had never dealt with this in my adult life ever. And honest to God, I never thought that I would, which is why I say, if you've made it in your adult life and you have never dealt with this, congratulations. I hope that continues, because I don't think that I think that envy is very common. We all have had that, like I said, but jealous behavior and being nasty to people over things that they get that you don't have, or when you don't think they deserve it. I don't think the majority of people are like that. I just don't. I don't know why I don't think that, but I don't. I've met lots and lots of people in my life, and very few of them have exhibited these behaviors. So I'm just going to base it off of, percentages, right? So anyway, this friend proceeds to tell me, she proceeds to show me a whole bunch of text messages and other things where apparently this had been going on behind the scenes for a while, and this is why I hadn't seen that person. And literally what it was, she was jealous. She told our mutual friend, she doesn't deserve that job. And our mutual friend was like, what do you mean she doesn't deserve that job? She went out for it and she got it, and she's excelling at it, and why aren't you happy for her? And, you know, my mutual friend, whom I'm still friends with to this day, was like, I just couldn't believe this. It was so, oops, I unclipped my binding too quickly and I sewed my binding off the edge, damn it. She said, I was shocked, frankly. It was really nasty the way that she was behaving, the things that she was saying about you just in general. Like, she is not happy for you. And there's a reason that I haven't brought up that she hasn't been around, because I don't want to be around her. This is my mutual friend saying this. She goes, I don't want any of us to be around a person like that. If she can't be happy for people who have something, like, that is not a friend that I want to be involved in. And again, I was completely shocked. I just did not think a person that I had really liked, always been nice to, like, loved on, you know, treated well, hung out with for many years. We had lots of mutual friends. I don't know. I'm thinking, like, how can somebody be like that when there's no reason? It's like, I didn't take this thing from this person. But then it all kind of started to make sense when I thought back to the time when I told her, like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this thing, like, over drinks when we were all out together one night, and everyone else was so congratulatory and happy, and she was like stone cold silent and so weird, and then just proceeded to get weirder after that. And then all this other stuff came out afterward, and it was like, whoa. And in talking to my mentor, who at that point was my ex-boss, he was no longer my boss anymore, I said, I don't know how to deal with this. I don't even understand what this is. And he started explaining to me, you know, he was much older than me. I think he was probably about 50 at the time. And, you know, he'd been in the industry for a long time. I said, is this like an industry thing? Is this? And he was like, no, it's a jealous, shitty person thing. And I was like, what do you mean? There were many things that I learned from him over the years, but many, many things I learned in that conversation. And one of the first things that I learned was, not everyone has the same heart that you have. Think about that phrase, chew on it for a minute, and really understand what that means. Just because you are happy to see other people succeed, it doesn't mean that they're happy for others or they're happy for you. And this does not just apply to jealousy. This applies in all realms. Just because you are giving someone something out of genuine love, compassion, friendship, it does not mean that they have that same heart. So when they're giving you something, it doesn't mean they're doing it for the same reason. It doesn't mean that just because you love them 100%, they love you 100% back. And the amount of love that you're kind of giving them, the amount of loving on them and happiness for them and all of that, it also is not the same. So you have to understand that. That was never, I mean, I was 20-something years old, and when I heard that, it took me a very long time to understand that. And my first inclination was to go, of course that's not true, because my first inclination in life is to be happy for people. When I see good things happen to them, I'm happy. I would describe it in a way, the first time I ever watched The Price is Right and I saw someone win a car, you know, I was probably a teenage kind of, and I remembered like this joy swelling up inside of me. It was a person on TV, I have no idea who they are, and they were giddy, they were dancing, they were smiling, they were so excited, they were so happy. And I have no idea who that person is, but I felt that in my living room watching my TV. You know, it was like, oh my gosh. And still to this day, I kid you not, like a little guilty pleasure of mine, I don't really watch game shows, but sometimes when the world just seems like it kind of sucks, it comes on after the news here at my house, like it does at most people's houses, and the news will be over, and I'll just leave it on. And I don't know what the shows are these days. It's been a little bit since I've really even watched any of it. But it used to be like The Price is Right, Let's Make a Deal, and there were like 2 or 3 other game shows. And I used to, and still do, I just haven't done it recently, I love turning on game shows to watch people win prizes. It just makes me really happy. I have no idea who those people are. I never once have thought to myself, gosh, I wonder if that person deserves that car. Or, oh, well, I wonder if they work hard. And like, none of those things have ever crossed my mind. They never, ever will. The only thing I have ever thought of is like, oh my gosh, look at the pure joy on their face. They seem so excited and happy. I hope, just like the, lottery ticket thing I talked about earlier, I often will think to myself like, oh man, I really hope that like they needed that. I hope they needed that win. I hope that they needed that car and it found them at a time. I just hope that they woke up today and this situation changed everything for them. Like, those are things that cross my mind. Anytime I see something good happen for somebody, anytime I do anything like that, giving whatever, I'm always hopeful about it. I am not sour about it. And I think that that's how most people would be. But if you watch something like The Price is Right and you see a stranger win a car, are you upset because you didn't win the car? And I'm asking that genuinely because I don't think that some people realize that sometimes they may have more of a jealous spirit. Some people can admit right out loud and very plainly, I'm a jealous person. We'll get to that in a little bit. And again, jealousy and envy are 2 different things. You can say, gosh, that's my dream car. I'd love to have one of those. That's envy. But when you're sitting there stewing on it and you're angry that this person got the car that you didn't get and you're wishing that they didn't get it and saying, well, they don't deserve that car. Why did they get that car? That should have been me. And, thinking up ways in your head of how, you hope it's bad for them, or how could you, manipulate the situation, or you wish that you could. That's jealousy. Not a good thing. I also think that most healthy adults, you can agree, when you see somebody who's genuinely jealous and acting jealous, it's not a good look. It's never endearing. Never. I have never seen a person act in a, jealous manner and gone, oh, wow. Like, I've never been happy about that. I can tell my needle is dull because I'm getting some skipped stitchies. How annoying. I will say this, more so than my domestic machine or my industrial machine. This machine is much more sensitive. I've been sewing, yeah, it's totally dull. I've been sewing on this needle for a while now. I'm gonna have to figure out, I don't even know where my semi-industrial needles are. Where are you? They're around here somewhere. Anyway, yeah, the long and the short of it is obviously that person, I was very shocked. I understood at that point why, other people, I had still been inviting her around, and I would have continued to, and I did a bit. I, tried to talk with her, but the long and short of it was just basically that she expressed to the mutual friend of ours that she didn't think that I was deserving. She didn't think that I, could do a good job. I mean, she had, sorry for the shakiness, you guys are blocking my drawer. She just had a lot of opinions. This was many years ago now, so frankly, I don't remember. I just remember being really shocked and sad and thinking like, wow, it doesn't feel very good to have somebody like wishing you ill will. She, on repeated occasions, apparently, according to our mutual friend, and some text messages that I saw, kept saying things like, along the lines of like, oh, well, I'm just waiting for her to announce to all of us that she got fired because she couldn't handle it. Or, basically just things that were like wishing me ill will. This person was very clearly not happy for me. And, everything that I did got under her skin. I couldn't just exist without her being pissed. I mean, I started noticing things like, when we'd all meet up after we all worked in the Valley in similar industries and things, and similar schedules. So when I would come in late at night, I need to keep looking for these needles. I have a whole case of them somewhere and I don't know where they went. Anyway. crap. Don't you guys hate that? Oh, I sure do. I had a whole bunch of stuff in a sewing kit for this machine, and then I took it all out. Now I don't know where the needles are. Shit. Well, anyway, yeah, needless to say, nobody liked her behavior. It wasn't apparently just me, but that was kind of the latest thing, and people within our circle were like, oh, I don't really feel comfortable being around somebody who's going to be like that. If you're going to wish people ill will, like, I'm not really interested. And I mean, I had to tend to agree. It was definitely scary. It felt unhealthy to me for sure. And it was scary. It was like, wow. And I was really glad that, again, that person is still our mutual friend. She's still my friend today. I still talk to her. Just saw her when I was back home. Our families are friends. And, I mean, obviously we don't talk about that other person anymore. I never see her around. I have no idea what happened to her. But she, didn't stay within the circle for a long time, which was really sad and a huge bummer. I didn't want to see that person, ousted. That wasn't the intent. But it kind of happened because being the way that she was being is not endearing. It wasn't pleasant for anybody to see, and then people, felt kind of freaked out by it, like, ooh, like, we give a lot of things to her, like, we all kind of love her and whatever. When is it going to be my turn? Which is the natural reaction of that, by the way, to think, ugh, well, if that's how you treat that person, how are you gonna treat me? I don't want to be involved in that. And that was my thought too. I don't know if I'm ever going to find these needles. I might have to literally switch over to the industrial machine. I've looked everywhere. They're in a black little box, and I don't have them anywhere, which is like a huge bummer. I have no idea where those went. Y'all know that's like the fourth thing I've lost this week. Like, it's clearly, they're around here. They're not gone. They just aren't here. Oh, I think they're here. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. I have one of these up in my filming area, and it's up there on the shelf. I thought this one was that one, and I was like, well, it wouldn't be up there full of stuff. Yay, look. There's the needles. Anything else in here I've been looking for? Bobbins. Okay. That's what happens when I move stuff. Anywho, yeah, so that's one specific example from a long time ago, and that was the first time I'd ever experienced that. It was quite shocking to me, and it took, when my friend, our mutual friend, told me about what had been happening, I was very shocked, and I was very confused. I had never dealt, Susie says she can't hear me. And fix the volume. Are you guys still having problems hearing me? I'm so sorry. It's really weird. I get a lot of people telling me, oh, you have really good volume, because I always wear a mic. I have a mic right on. So you should be able to hear me. So, Dalva said, I don't. You don't hear me? Or you do? Like, at the beginning of this, y'all may have missed it. On YouTube. I can hear you. You have issues. Well, not you have issues. I don't have issues. I hear you fine and I can hear you fine. I'm not sure what the issue might be, Susie. I'm so sorry. I wear a mic because I know audio issues can be a problem when we're like sewing and making noise. So I definitely try to do my best on that, but I don't know if there's really anything else I can do. Is your volume all the way up on your phone? You might check some settings. I don't know. Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, anytime you're having issues, please tell me. That way I know, but it seems like everything is good. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. Anyway, so when this had happened to me, I was confused. I had never experienced anything like this in adulthood before, and it caused a lot of introspection on my part, and I was really struggling with it for a long time. And it was like, well, what did I do to her? How could I have done this? What could I have done more? You know, anytime we went out, I gave this person a ride. I bought her drinks. I was only ever this person's friend. I just don't understand how she would feel that, you know, what did I do to make her feel this way? I was constantly going back and forth with that. And the first thing that you need to understand about a person who suffers from jealousy, you know, there's multiple reasons that they could be having that issue. They're just a jealous person. There could be some other actual, you know, disorders there. There could be, trying to get my little needle thread to work here. I don't think I got my needle all the way in. There could be a multitude of reasons, but, you know, I can't exactly delve into that. But at the base of it, I mean, they are jealous. They've got jealous, you know, jealous thinking. They are obviously very envious, and it's going where her issue came in is not only that she was just envious, but she was angry about this. She was mad about it when she herself had a fine job. She wasn't going after this job, and I had not done anything to her. I was just existing, and in fact, I really liked this person. I thought that we were friends, always treated her as such, was really bummed to find out, wow, this person just, I can't even exist without making this person angry. And it all started when I got this job, because it was on the same level of a job as what she had, and that just did not sit well with her. She was unhappy about that. And it took a long time, but through talking, you know, with my mentor, and discussing that, the first thing that he said to me when I explained this, and I just said, I'm so confused. I don't understand what more I could have done. I don't understand, you know, if you were her, and I'm going through all these scenarios, and he just, you know, we're having drinks, and he was like, just, you gotta stop thinking that everyone has the same heart as you. So rounding back to that point, not everyone has the same heart as you. Just because you would be happy for somebody else, it does not mean that you're gonna get that back from somebody. Not everyone has the same heart as you, so you need to realize that and be aware of it. It's important. Let me just peek on YouTube. I can't hear all the other. I can hear the other shows fine, just on my end. I don't know. Yeah, I apologize, Susie. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe try. I couldn't say restarting the app. Looking at some settings. If you're using the YouTube app, try using just the regular YouTube like channel, or vice versa. I don't know. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm still waiting for your MAB templates. I want the 120. I know, Dalva, I did talk about that. I got a shipping notification yesterday that the boxes finally shipped. I can't sell them till I can ship them. Can't ship them if I don't have boxes. So soon, I promise. If anybody is coming to OSQE later this week, by the way, I will be there and I will have templates. But they'll be for sale. I promise they'll be for sale as soon as I can get them out. Susie, I'll put you on my phone. I can hear you just fine. Okay, well yay, that's a good solution. Sorry. Lynn asked me, I love the shirt you have on. What pattern is it? Oh my gosh, I made this so long ago. I don't have my laptop in front of me to look at my patterns. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm so sorry. It is a sewing pattern. I did, make it myself out of backstitch. It's got like an open optional back situation on it and a hood. It's super comfy, and I made it out of cotton lycra many years ago now. Anyway, so once I digested that little factoid that not everybody has the same heart as me, now I will tell you, in recent months, that is a lesson that I have forgotten, not only with jealous behavior and things like that, but you just have to remember that when you are giving, and when you are a loving person, and when you have a big heart and you love on people, not really expecting a lot in return, but then being let down and disappointed when they are crappy and disloyal to you, you have got to remember to guard your heart and know that not everyone has the same heart as you. And I haven't had to deal with this in so long. It has been over a decade since that last situation where I dealt with that. It hasn't really come up. And so I just didn't, I guess I kind of forgot, we tend to forget things that we don't live all the time, I guess. And I also really like to assume the best in people. It is not in my nature to think, oh, that person is out to get me. Oh, they're a bad person. Probably, honestly, because that is not something that I would do. So I don't tend to think, oh yeah, somebody would do that to me. And that's honestly, that's a very big, I'm not going to call it a character flaw, but kind of a character flaw, because it tends to get me into situations, not often, but it does get me into situations that end up leaving me feeling bad. And in most recent situations, it was just, again, you know, I was doing my normal thing. I was living my life. I was happy and happy for other people and happily doing things, you know, for them, with them, not ever thinking that there was any kind of envy, resentment, jealousy, wishing of wrongdoing, like any bad feelings in any way, because there certainly were not on my end. And then, you know, come to find out much later, and again, having other people in my life look at this and go, you didn't see this, so I'm going to point these things out for you. And I went, ah, shit. So, you know, it's one of those things. I'm going, I guess I didn't learn that lesson, or I needed to relearn that lesson. And it's really disappointing when we have to do that. But honestly, sometimes as adults, we do. So that's where we get into this. And you guys have told me a lot of specific stories about things like this that have happened to you with your own siblings, even with your own parents. And if you are somebody who went through that in a more of a familial way versus like a friend or a coworker or someone outside, I will tell you, just like I told those people who came to me and talked about this, it's 100% possible for your mom, sister, brother, whoever, to be jealous of you and perpetrate bad behavior against you because they are jealous. But there is something that you need to look into about specifically narcissistic behavior when it happens between an adult parent and their child. When your parent is acting like they are jealous of you and actively sabotaging you, they are actively perpetrating bad feelings or bad things against you, that is a narcissistic personality disorder, and it is very, very likely that you have a narcissistic parent. And understand that doesn't just happen when you're little. It can manifest at any point. It will often have been a thing when you were little, because most people who are narcissists, they were nurtured that way from childhood. So it starts early on in their life, and it continues for a long, long time, if not their whole life, because it's something that you have to be diagnosed with, and then you have to actually want to do the work to change. And 90% of narcissists aren't even willing to admit that they have a problem. And they're not willing to do any of the work, introspect, admit that they've done wrongdoing, admit that they're not going to do it, right? And actively work on not doing those things. That is a big key factor in being a narcissist. They don't seek help. They don't want help. They don't think anything is wrong with them, and they don't see anything wrong with their behavior, even though the rest of the world would look at it and go, no, that's not okay. That's not something you're supposed to do. So that was, you know, a piece of advice that I said, you know, hey, look into this. Here's a couple of books you can read. Here's, you know, some things to possibly look into. This may apply to your situation, and it might help make heads or tails of some things you've been going through. But, you know, that was just a very small little tidbit. We'll have to do a Say It While You Sew session on narcissists at a different point. It's a very long, deep rabbit hole, series of rabbit holes to get into. But it does come into play more often than you know. Let's see, I'll have to look up the pattern for you guys on the shirt. I know I still have the tank pattern, but I cannot remember what. I've only ever made the one, and yeah, I'll have to look it up. Maybe we'll take like a bathroom break really quick, and I can grab my laptop and look, because I'm happy to give you guys the pattern. I just don't know what it is. Let's see, what are you making now? I'm doing unfinished projects. This is a MAV that I already made, and it just needs binding, and I am going to OSQE later this week, and I want to display these in my booth, and they're not bound yet, and they look a lot better when they're bound. The seams look nice, so I just am finishing up binding. It's nothing too exciting over here. And then my machine, I had a dull needle, so I had to go back and redo some of it. So it's like, I could have been done with this a lot faster. And then I just had a thread shred. Well, I was going over a spot where I had skipped stitches because my needle was dull. It's been a whole thing. But yeah, nothing too serious over here. And somebody said, I thought you were PT. I don't know what that means. I should be a therapist. Somebody said I should be a therapist. I could have used this advice when with a man friend I had. Yeah, I don't really know if I am. I mean, I'm certainly not qualified. I didn't go to school for it. I do a lot of reading and research, and I've been doing a lot of reading and research most recently. And I have seen therapists and counselors and had mentors at different times in my life, which I think is important. I think that there has got to be an end to a stigma of doing things like that. I do not think, at the end of the day, we all suffer from the same stuff. Our problems may not be exactly in alignment. We may not have the exact same issues, and we're definitely not leading the exact same lives, but we all suffer from the human condition. And one thing that unites all of us is the psychology, the study of our behaviors, how those behaviors connect together, how they affect all of the different people around us and ourselves. And to me, when I'm in a situation, I don't care what the situation is, and it's confusing, it's causing me anxiety, bad feelings, it's causing me any kind of a reaction, anything that I go through in life, to me, knowledge is power. So I am the type, I like to research, I like to dive into things, and I like to get as much knowledge as I can so that I can then try to dissect how this happened, why it happened, and how it can never happen again. And this is stuff like an irrigation issue in my yard, an issue with my roof, a problem with a personal friendship, an issue, I mean, at your job, anything. I just don't like to sit in a situation and go, I don't know why this happened. And personally, I just can't leave it there. You'll never get closure in all of the areas in your life, but you can try your best to navigate the situation, figure out why it happened, and you never will fully know, but when you try to understand it, you can move forward as best you can with the knowledge that you have. And not only will it guide you later, but it will help to serve you now. And when it's a healing situation, when it's a grief situation, when it's a bad situation and there are bad feelings and you're left with confusion and anxiety, for me, the only kind of salve to that is, yes, time, but knowledge. Figuring out why this happened as best you can. And also, there is something in us as people, I'm not really sure if it's a survival mechanism. It probably is likely attributed to that. We have a little voice inside of us that will bring up things. Have you ever been driving or doing something kind of mindless? Your brain is sort of off and doing binding on a bag. And all of a sudden, something you haven't thought about in a long time will come up in your head. And you're like, well, why am I thinking about that? And sometimes you have these aha moments about something you haven't thought about in a long time. That is your brain accessing some kind of information that it recently learned with something else that it has in its mind. And so maybe it's like that thing that happened to you 5 years ago that you never figured out what was going on there. But recently, something that had nothing to do with it happened to you, in front of you, something you saw, heard, talked about, whatever. And you've now had an aha moment because your brain is constantly trying to figure out challenges and puzzles and things put in front of it. And just because it happened a long time ago, if you didn't solve it then, your brain is still trying to solve it now. In our dreams, we do this a lot. Your brain is effectively off, and your brain is a computer. So it is literally going through and it's trying to clean things out. It's trying to organize. It's trying to flush stuff out. That's a big part of healing. In any situation, any kind of healing you need to do, your brain is trying to riddle these things out. And so when we gain knowledge, when we talk to other people, whether it just be friends, whether it's a situation like this where I am just kind of talking at you and we're communicating here together about something we can all relate to, you are gaining knowledge. Even if it's bad knowledge, even if you're listening to it and going, oh, that's terrible, that's bad advice, whatever, you still gain something, and your brain at least thinks, oh, well, that's bad. I'm going to put that knowledge over here in the bad pile, and it's not what I'm going to do and not how I'm going to act or whatever, right? Like you're gaining something. So as people, now that we're living in a more disconnected place where we're not seeing people as often, we're not communicating as much as we used to and not in useful ways, we're missing that. We are definitely missing that as a society. And it does affect us individually and as a society. So anyway, I have some other comments here and then we'll kind of jump back into it. But yeah, as far as me being a therapist, I don't know about any of that. But a lot of this stuff comes from reading psychological text. I have been reading a couple of different workbooks recently that have been really interesting to me. And jealousy has come up a lot in those specific texts because it's, you know, a key emotion that all people kind of suffer through. It affects us because we've had it happen to us. And truly, there are really two types of people. There are people who are jealous. They suffer from jealous behaviors. They act on that jealousy. They are jealous people. And then there are those who are not. I talked about this at the very beginning, but I know a lot of you weren't here. You'll often hear envy and jealousy used interchangeably. They are not the same thing. Envy is a feeling. Jealousy is a behavior. Those are two very different things. And look into that. Because every single person on this planet ever has for sure suffered with envy, had envy. You have seen something and gone, I really like that, I want it. That's envy. And it's natural, it's normal, it's not a bad behavior. It is part of our survival mechanisms. I'm hungry, I want that food looks really good, I want it. I wish I had some of that food, how can I get some of that food? Then there's well, they have food and I'm hungry, how can I take that from them? I deserve that, you don't, it's mine, I'm gonna take it. I mean, that's a very basic thing here, but it's a survival mechanism. So it's something that, again, we do need to be aware of in ourselves and other people. So Dalva said it's dangerous to have jealous people around you. Yes, we talked about that at the beginning a little bit, and circling back to that, it is 100% dangerous. Again, because people who are jealous and who are acting on their behavior, they're acting on their envy, turning envy into jealousy, and not everybody does that. That is incredibly unhealthy and it's very dangerous because some people, while it may seem kind of benign, some of the things that they do, there are other people who take it to a whole new level. I mean, there are people who literally kill out of jealousy for things that it's ridiculous. And to a healthy person, we're looking going, how could you do something like that? But unhealthy people do things like that. And so you do need to be careful. You know, maybe they're not going to murder you, but they will 100% try to assassinate your character. They will come after your livelihood. They will try to break up your marriage. They will come and manipulate your friends and tell lies about you so that the friendships that they're jealous of, they can take and get. And it happens 100%, especially when the people that they are manipulating are easily manipulated. All of us, I'm sure at one point in our lives, have been manipulated. And honestly, I mean, I sure know I have. That comes from a lack of confidence and low self-esteem. And those are ever-changing values. It's not like I have self-esteem today, it's going to be the same tomorrow. Your self-esteem and your confidence will wax and wane with things that you go through in life. And so if somebody catches you at a low point where your self-esteem is not the best, your confidence is not the best, they will 100% manipulate you. And quickly circling back to the narcissistic thing, narcissistic people look for that. They look for people who suffer from low self-esteem and low confidence, even if it's just temporary, because what they will literally do is befriend you, find you, whatever, either romantically, platonically, and they will build you back up. They'll give you a couple little things to make you feel good and happy about that friendship, and then they will proceed to absolutely ruin and destroy you. And why do they do that? That's how they build up their own confidence. They call it the supply. You become a supply for them. That's how they thrive. That is a major, major characteristic of a narcissistic person, someone with narcissistic personality disorder. And jealousy is a big factor in that. They are very unhappy. They are suckers of joy. Jealous people are absolute suckers of joy. You don't have to be a narcissist to be jealous, but a lot of times they do kind of go hand in hand. I guarantee you an actual narcissistic person, someone with narcissistic personality disorder, they absolutely suffer from jealousy. And they absolutely suffer from major, major envy that they then turn into jealousy by acting on it to hurt other people. So let me see. Can I make a tutorial on how to make the pocket on the Ironman? Yeah, that actually was this is the first one I've done. So now that I've figured out how to do it, I have a different bag with the same idea here that can, it'll be the same thing. So yes, this was the first time figuring it out. I have a second one of these lights and I have a different design that I would like to do that on. let's see, Susie said, you must have a big heart. I don't know. I for sure don't have a small heart, and I will say this for myself. I've always known this about myself, and especially as we're kind of learning and growing, I always took this as a compliment. And I think when people say it, they mean it as a compliment. But if somebody says to you a lot, you have a big heart, understand that they mean that as a compliment. And this isn't you saying that to me, but it is something that I've learned. Understand that that means a few different things about you. One, that you may suffer a little bit from people pleasing. You want to give to people, and you probably are seeking some sort of acceptance or connection. And while that's not bad, it is something to think about, because people will 100% exploit that. And it does have to do with your confidence level. If you are finding yourself seeking connection at any cost, you're shrinking yourself to make other people feel comfortable, that's a form of people pleasing. But you are changing or allowing them to manipulate your morals or values. Like maybe on a really good day, they would say this thing in front of you and you would go, ew, why did you just say that? That's ugly. But maybe most of the time you're seeking acceptance so much and you want that friendship or you want that connection, whatever it is, that you're just letting it slide by. And in your head, you're making excuses and you're going, oh, they probably didn't mean it that way. Trying to always find the best in people. That's kind of another form of this whole thing. And understand that when people say those things about you, it may sound endearing and it may sound like a compliment and it's meant as one. But people who are not good people and are not healthy people, that's not a good thing for you to have. It leads to you being manipulated and exploited. And typically when people say you must have a big heart, what they are meaning to say, but they don't know it, is you lack boundaries. I've had to learn that most recently, and that's something I've struggled with my whole life. That comes from lots of family things that I went through, how I was raised and frankly groomed to be manipulated when I was younger, and I didn't know any of that until I got out in the real world and I was an adult, and then realized I knew nothing about the real world, and the world that I had kind of been raised in to think how it was didn't exist, because I was raised by two narcissistic parents who had an incredibly toxic marriage. They were not, I'm not going to say they weren't good parents, because that's too simple, and it also is not necessarily true. They were doing the best that they wanted to do. They didn't want to do any work. They didn't want to make changes. And if you ask them, they would say they never did a single thing wrong. But the truth of the matter is, if anybody is ever telling you to try to hide things, if anyone says things like, this stays between the two of us, they know it's not right. So that's also another red flag, by the way, as far as the jealousy situation. If you've ever got anyone in your life who says things like that to you, this stays between the two of us, don't tell people, that's a huge red flag. Because they know that good people would say, hello, no, that's bad. But they also know other people would look at them and go, ew, you told her that, or you said that to this person? You're horrible. And they don't want that to happen, because then they would be exposed. So, we're getting slightly off topic, but anyway, so yeah, as far as the big heart situation, I do, in my case specifically, I lacked and still sometimes lack boundaries. When I am definitely seeking connection and acceptance, more so sometimes than I should be, because at the end of the day, we have to love and accept ourselves. And when we do that, we don't reach out to other people so much for those connections. It doesn't mean don't have friends, but it means you look more inward for those things that are going to fulfill, instead of looking for someone else to do that. And if you've suffered through trauma, bad marriages, manipulation, bad, parenting, a rough home life when you were a kid, a rough home life now, it will lead to you having lack of boundaries, and it will lead to you giving too much to other people, people pleasing, in order to attain those connections that we as humans long for and need. Does that make any sense? That's a very quick abridged version of that. We'll have to maybe do one of these sessions on boundaries. But that is something that I've been exploring and learning about too. So anyway, somebody said, easily manipulated and a people pleaser. Yep. And I get that. I think a lot of people suffer from that and think it is an endearing thing. And it doesn't mean don't do nice things for people, don't be giving. That's not what that means, but it means be careful who you're giving to and how much you're giving, and not in monetary sense, as in your heart. as in how far you let them go and what you let them have and take. Because manipulative people literally seek to exploit that. And it is both at jobs, in friendships, it is also in marriages, in families. It's all over the place. Manipulative people who are users and abusers look for those who they can use and manipulate. And the bottom line is, somebody with good confidence, good self-worth, good sense of self has good boundaries, and people with good boundaries don't get used and manipulated. And if they do, it is not for long. They usually see that coming from a mile away, and they say, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not giving you that. I'm not allowing you to do XYZ thing, because that's not normal. But those of us who lack boundaries and give too much and are characterized as having a big heart often end up in these situations where we are left going, but I only ever was that person's friend. I loved on them. Why did they treat me this way? And it's, you know, there's more nuance to that too, but understand that's the very basic thing, and that gives you some things to jump into and look at if this is something that you find happening to you. It's important to do that, in my opinion. So anyway, something to think about there. So I gave you guys one example of a jealousy situation, the first one I had ever dealt with, and the first, you know, time I had kind of learned about that. And I am eternally grateful for that mentor that I had for many, many years, talked to for a long time, even after I didn't work with him anymore. He shed a lot of light on things for me that I did just kind of touch on this, that it was like, I should have, if I had, you know, competent parents who actually wanted to parent and who were loving, healthy people, I would have learned these things. Most people who are raising children in a productive way are teaching their kids these things because they're important life lessons. I unfortunately did not get those, and so when I got out into the world, I was very naive. And then I was also suffering from a lot of the manipulation and abuse that I had been raised with, because, you know, a big other thing when it's a parent, and some of you will probably be able to relate to this, if your parents are abusive people, if they're narcissists and users, they don't want you to have boundaries. And they specifically raise you not to have them, because boundaries mean that they can't control you. And so back to the jealousy situation, if you've got a jealous friend in your life, and maybe you didn't have super clear-cut boundaries because you didn't need them, or something just doesn't smell right to you, it's not passing the smell test within your friendship, and you start to set a boundary and that person gets upset with you over it, well, the only people who will ever get angry at you for having boundaries are those who benefited from you not having boundaries. Let me say that again. I want you to really sit with that and understand it, because that was another thing that I learned from my mentor. And I was like, I didn't understand what that meant, having boundaries. In my family, boundary meant secret, and we were never allowed to keep secrets, because if we were keeping secrets, then that meant we had something of our own as the kids in the family, and then my parents weren't in control of it. And they were very controlling people, and so anything, you know, a big thing in my house was lying by omission, keeping a secret. You couldn't have anything to yourself. No private thoughts, no private possessions, you know, everything had to be out in the open, and if it wasn't, you were lying, you were being bad, and that was all these, you know, terrible things, and then you were punished for it. So I absolutely grew up not even understanding what a boundary was, and in my opinion, for the longest time, I thought having a boundary meant that I was basically being disingenuous, that I was hiding something. That's not what that means. It means that you belong to you. Your life belongs to you, and nobody deserves your time that you don't want to give it to them. Nobody can demand your time, your love, your, you know, thoughts, I mean, anything about you that you are not willing to give. That's what boundaries is. So if you don't want to let somebody in your house, you don't have to. If you don't want to, you know, have a relationship, be it platonic or sexual or anything else with anybody, you don't have to. You belong to you, and that is a very firm, clear boundary. But, you know, when you don't have boundaries, you kind of don't realize that, and you're led to believe, oh, well, if I just keep these things to myself, I'm lying, or I'm not being honest, I'm not being open. And manipulative people would absolutely further that narrative, by the way. They want you to think that. because then they can control you. So circling back to that, same thought. The only people who will ever be angry at you for setting boundaries are those who benefited from you having no boundaries. Your friend will never get upset with you for setting a boundary. Your loved one, anybody who cares about you, your mom, your dad, your grandma, your boss, they will say, you know what? I respect your boundary. Or in some cases, depending on what the boundary is, they may say, well, I really respect your boundary, but we need to come to something that works mutually for both of us, that where you feel respected and safe, but your boundary can't interfere with your job. Or, well, that boundary as your spouse is a deal breaker for me. And so we need to, maybe discuss that and see if we can come to some kind of terms. And that is healthy. That's normal adult behavior. But, yeah, you've got to have boundaries. And I am actively still working on that because, again, for, like I said, many, many years of my life, and I still feel this way, by the way, I feel like I'm betraying somebody if I don't say all the things, if I don't do all the things, if I have something that it's like, well, I could give that to them and it might help them and I should just do that. It doesn't matter. I have enough. I could give them this or do that or whatever. And what it leads to in the end in those specific cases are these people don't genuinely actually care about me. They now see that they can get something from me. I give them that thing because monetary things I value people over money for sure. I always have, I always will, and that's healthy. But it leads to me feeling used in the end. And in some cases, it is genuine that, yeah, I've been used. That happens too, especially with crappy, narcissistic, shitty people who are users and abusers. But that's the problem. If I had had a boundary from the beginning and said, I don't really know this person well enough, I'm not going to offer anything to them at this point. I'm just going to cheer them on, or I'm going to just support from the sideline, or, just make sure they're okay, whatever. But if I hadn't gone in so gung-ho with my lack of boundary, thinking to myself, well, I have something that can help them, I want to help, I'm going to give them this, I'm going to put it right here out in the open, then I wouldn't have ended up in the situation that I was in. And so, yes, I am to blame in that specific situation because I lacked boundaries. And this person knew that. They are actively the type of person who looks for people who lack boundaries. They are the type of person who wants to manipulate people because that is how they operate. And you had better believe that there are people out there like that. 100%. They will end up living their entire lives like that, going through a cycle of people. If you revisit them in a year or two's time, the same people who were there a year ago will not be there because they are users. They actively use people and then throw them away. And if you know someone like that in your life, be very careful with them. Even if it's your family, be very, very careful. If you have someone in your life who constantly has a revolving cycle of people around them who come and go, and those people do not have anyone that sticks around to support them, even if it's just kind of lifelong friends from the side. And then also, if you hear people saying things like, wow, that person is a user, well, then yeah, understand that's exactly how it happens. They get new people in their life, keep them around, use them, use up the supply, get all the things that they need, and then they toss them away. There are real people who operate like that, and they will often be exhibiting jealous type behavior. So keep that in mind. So anyway, I gave you guys an example, just, that one about, this jealous behavior that I had exhibited, and that was the first time. Now, again, as I said, I needed to relearn that lesson because recently I had to relearn it, and I went, oh my gosh, this is exactly what happened to me in my 20s in a different way. I mean, this was so much worse, but it was the same kind of situation, and it took outsider people looking at this and going, oh, you've been manipulated, you have been, used, you have been cajoled, you really lacked boundaries in this situation and you got yourself into a real pickle, and I'm sorry that it happened to you, but you have got to get boundaries and guard yourself because not everyone has the same heart as you. You have got to remember that. And it was like such a ding, 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 like light bulb moment in my head where I went, oh crap, I do bear responsibility in this. It doesn't mean that it's my fault that this happened, but I should have seen the signs. And so at this point, we'll kind of transition over there, kind of back to the jealousy situation and the signs of jealousy. Specifically, these can be anywhere. Your boss, your friend, your neighbor, strangers, family members. But I want to talk about some of the signs of things. And in my case, I like to try to see the best in people always. That's my default mode because I don't wake up thinking, gosh, I'm going to do something mean to people today. And I don't think most people do. But narcissists and people who are users and abusers, that's literally how they operate. It's how they live. They can't survive without that. So they do wake up and think about that. What can I get from this person today? And then, their behavior just kind of devolves from there. It's a very real thing. So the first thing I have to say about, these signs specifically, you've got to learn to spot them, and then you've got to stop excusing them. Because as a person who lacks boundaries, which again, we all lack boundaries at certain times too. I am going to, I'm going to be very clear about that. There's no person who is like infallible in this situation where even if they're the most confident person, everyone's confidence levels and self-esteem levels ebb and flow. They always will, because certain things in life, knock us down. They make us doubt. They make us question. But this is when we turn around and we seek knowledge in lots of different ways. We seek counsel, and then we figure out how we're going to progress. And in most cases, we also figure out, this situation really sucked. How can I avoid it in the future? Right? And so that's kind of where we're at this point with stopping those signs. If you've never been through it, then, put them in your back pocket for later. But if you're actively going through it or you went through it before and you're going, I really want to avoid that ever again, I want to stay away from people like that, these are different signs, that we're going to go over in a minute here. Scissors. And the other thing to understand about jealous people is specifically jealous person, someone who acts out and is angry when other people are happy and they are joyful, good things are happening to them. You need to understand that it will not get better. Not probably ever, to be completely honest with you, but certainly in the short term. If somebody is, when we go through these signs, if people are acting this way toward you or around you toward other people, it is not going to get better. Making excuses for them and saying things like, they've had a bad day, or I'm misunderstanding, I'm misinterpreting. Well, maybe if I just give them more. Maybe if I love on them more. Maybe if I try to show them XYZ thing, more compassion, more love, monetary things. I just try to spend more time with them. If this person is truly a jealous person, this isn't envy, this is jealousy. They're acting out on their envious behavior to hurt other people because they think that they're more deserving. That is not going to change without that person doing some serious work and introspection and going, wow, I am a mess. I need help. I need professional help. I need to stop doing this. This is unhealthy and scary and sad. And you having coffee with a friend and just going, wow, man, you've been pretty jealous lately, like that's not going to fix it. If somebody is truly a jealous person and they are exhibiting these behaviors, I need you to understand, especially if you're one of those people that has a big heart, aka you lack boundaries, it's not going to get better. You will not fix them. You will just end up getting hurt. Understand that. You have absolutely got to sit with that and chew on it and understand. It doesn't mean no one can fix them. I'm not saying that anybody is irredeemable. That's not the question. But unless you are a trained psychologist who has very high self-esteem and very, very high confidence and knowledge in this area and an understanding of how to help this person truly, you will not fix them. I know we have this magical thinking of love conquers all kind of whatever, but that's not how this works. Love is not going to fix it. That person suffers from a lack of self-love, and therefore they are treating other people badly because of it. They are not happy. And you cannot be happy, truly, for other people if you cannot even be happy with and for yourself. And somebody who suffers and acts out on and acts with jealous behavior and a jealous heart and mind, that is just it. They've got to break through that and fix what is going on with them before anybody else can. You will not fix them. And I'm just going to tell you right here, please don't try, and do not excuse it. Don't brush it aside. When somebody shows you who they are, where they tell you their real true colors, I am a jealous person. When they act that way and it's very clear, they're telling you who they are. So believe them. You will not be spared. So excusing it, brushing it aside will not go away. And the other thing to understand about it, it's not temporary. This isn't, oh, they just had a bad day. I'm not saying, cut somebody out or be cautious with them because they're having a bad day. This is not that. If this person continually, and I don't think I have to really explain to you, if you've got someone like this in your life or you've dealt with someone like this in your life, you know what I'm talking about. You just know what this is. Sorry, I'm reading some of these comments while I clip. What you're saying is making me see even more. I've always been the B word in my family. It's because I have boundaries, but I still people please. You probably always, depending on where that came from, Heidi, you probably always will people please, or sometimes they also call it fawning. And there are specific things that you can look into doing to help yourself with those boundaries, because it doesn't mean that we shouldn't ever try to help people. That phrase people please can be very misleading, because in my mind it always made me think, well, of course I want to be a people pleaser. I want to make people happy. Like, I want people to be happy. Please is a good thing. And people are good, and I like people, and so therefore, but you really need to dive into what that actually means, being a people pleaser. That specific mode of everyone else before self always, on a really deep level, because it seriously does mean that you lack boundaries, and you've got to have them. And it's a constant war. It's not like one day you set a boundary and then you never do it again. You have to get yourself into a way of thinking. And if you were either programmed through bad relationships, bad parenting, just your wiring, bad stuff going on around you, you're gonna continue to run up against that more so than other people, right? Like, again, everybody's self-esteem and self-confidence ebbs and flows depending on what's going on in our life. So, but you need to guard yourself by, figuring out these established patterns and behaviors that you have, and then setting yourself up for success, knowing the signs of things that you're doing, specifically knowing people, by the way, also who tend to walk over those boundaries more so, right? Like, maybe it's, you're fine with other people at work and friends, but you are not okay with people, one specific family member, your mom or your mother-in-law, or or maybe you're really great with all of your family and friends, but you have a really hard time setting boundaries with your neighbor. There's always going to be different people who bring out different things in us and cause us, different trains of thought, different, kind of the way that we act sometimes, and how we treat situations. So it's helpful to know who triggers what in you. And then it's also really helpful to know, like, the signs. You can understand what's going to happen. So that way, maybe next year when you go at Thanksgiving, you can avoid the big blowout while you're there, or the really unhappy feelings that you have afterward of shame and guilt by saying, oh, I really wish I would have stood up for myself more, or I wouldn't have let her walk all over me, or I wouldn't have let XYZ thing occur, right? Like, it's setting ourselves up for that success before it happens. We have to learn when it does happen, and then we have to set ourselves up for success later. And it's through doing that over and over and over daily, where we affirm, we learn, we affirm, we put those things in our minds, and we put them at the forefront. It's a major rewiring process. It doesn't happen overnight, but gaining the knowledge and talking about these things, it helps us to treat ourselves better, which then in turn helps us to have better relationships with other people. It can't be the other way around. You can't treat other people better and hope that it just comes back to you, because, to be honest with you, again, I've been saying this the whole time, not everyone has the same heart as you. So it's got to start here and go out. You can't be putting it all out and expect for it to come back to you. It just will not. And it will always lead to people who exploit and abuse, exploiting your lack of boundaries. And you will always end up hurt from that, and you will just keep getting hurt. And then you're going to just keep going, but why is this happening? But why is this happening? I'm not saying that you deserve to be hurt. Nobody deserves to be hurt. But, you know, you do deserve happiness, but it's got to start here. And if you have firm boundaries and firm good confidence and good sense of self, good self-esteem, all of those things add up to your self-esteem, people will not, they will have a very hard time exploiting you, because somebody's going to try to come step to you and do something and you're going to go, no, I don't know who you're talking to, but no. So, and that's why I say people who've got really good boundaries, good self-esteem, good sense of self, good self-confidence, and the other thing that does help is having a good support system around you, because that really leads to, you know, your overall sense of self-esteem. People will have a very hard time exploiting people like that. So users and abusers, they look for people who have a poor sense of self and very little to no support system around them, because they know they can use and abuse you and exploit you, and nobody will be there to tell you, hey, they shouldn't be treating you like that. So yeah, there is so much that goes into it, but that's kind of a, you know, a very over-the-top abrupt lesson. But yeah, if you know for a fact, and again, like I did say this, you have a big heart. If people are constantly saying that to you, oh, Heidi, you have such a big heart. Oh, Heidi, you have such a big heart. You hurt so easy. You hurt so easy because you have a big heart. You're so loving. They mean it as a compliment, but what they are really saying, and they don't even realize they're identifying it for you, but they are literally identifying you lack boundaries. So the next time somebody says that to you, even if they mean it in the kindest way, reprogram your brain when you hear you have a big heart. You need to, a red flag needs to pop up and go, uh-oh, what did I just do that led this person to say that? Because it means that I had a lack of boundary. Either in that story I told them about what I did or whatever. You need to start looking there, like, where did my boundary lapse and how can I avoid that in future? And that you know, you need to study, though, how to have boundaries. We should probably do a Say It While You Sew about boundaries, because I know, again, for me, I've learned that too. It's like, gosh, I have no boundaries. And it's not disingenuous to have boundaries. Healthy people have boundaries. And healthy people will encourage you to have boundaries, because, once again, the only people who get upset about you having boundaries are the people who benefit from your lack of boundaries. Like, write that down. Put it on your mirror. Put it on the car dash. Look at that all the time. The only people who get angry and upset about you having boundaries and setting boundaries are the people who benefit from your lack of boundary, because they're getting something from you. You have no boundaries, therefore they exploit you, and they get something, and they like that thing that they get. They don't want you to be happy and healthy. They want to keep getting stuff. They're a user. Plain and simple. So anyway, all right. Signs specifically of jealousy. This, you know, could be multiple people, one person, whatever, group of people. They are often saying things like, it's unfair that you have, and they may say this, privilege or an advantage. Now, that word privilege pops up a lot in a lot of human rights issues and other things. We're not discussing that. That is a bit different. We're talking about somebody who's intimately involved in your life, that says these things, either to you or to someone else. In my case, with the friend who was just downright mad and upset that I got the same caliber of job that she had, she just thought that I was undeserving and I had some kind of unfair advantage. Nobody really ever figured out what that was, especially since she came from a very privileged home, specifically with lots of money, and she got college education and all kinds of other things that I didn't have. And so a lot of my friends in this same circle were going like, what does that even mean? But behind the scenes, she was saying that a lot, like this unfair advantage that I had. And people were like, she literally worked her way up like for 16 years, just like you did. What the heck? Like, that's weird. So if they're often talking about other people's, it may not even be toward you. This could be a friend that you have and they're talking about people around them, right? But understand, if you have a person in your life, whoever that is, and they're always talking about how everyone else has an unfair advantage that they don't have, that is a jealous mindset. It's a jealous behavior, and it's a red flag. That is just, there's really no way around that. I'm trying to think of, you know, maybe more specific examples, but I kind of can't. It just, yeah. some of these things, when I'm saying them out loud, I'm laughing to myself because I'm like, again, I'm actively learning about all these things too, and have recently gone through a lot of experiences where this stuff specifically applies. And I'll give you some more examples. But it's like, I'm just laughing to myself because it's like, again, I am not immune to this. I know these things now and I learned them before, but I'm laughing because it's like, I'm thinking of specific things in my head where people said this stuff to me and it's like, you should have known. Anyway, another sign, they are often discouraging. So, maybe they're not so out in the open discouraging that they're like, well, you don't deserve that and you're terrible, but they question, right? Or they make you second guess yourself. That is a form of discouragement. If you're struggling to see how they're being positive about whatever this thing is, they're being discouraging. Some people will be more out loud about it. Other people will be more incognito. And by the way, you also have to understand with everything, there is always a variation. Some people know that they are jealous people. They know exactly who and what they are. Other people have these issues, but don't necessarily know. They don't act out on it specifically, but they do suffer from these problems that are caused by being jealous. So they get alienated, they get, they have problems that come from being this way, but they may not necessarily know. Like I said, understand you're not going to be the one to fix them. They have to do it, and suffering yourself to fix it for them is not going to help. But if you've got someone in your life who is always discouraging and they exhibit some of these other signs too, that's for sure jealousy. And you need to be wary of that friend of yours, that family member of yours, that boss, whoever it is. So one of the next signs, they make passive-aggressive comments toward you. One thing that was brought to my attention many, many years ago by a different mentor in my life, who happened to be in my life at that time, was talking about sarcasm. I love sarcasm just as much as the next person. I basically kind of live on it, just like caffeine. I have a very dry, witty, dark, kind of messed up sense of humor. Definitely a coping mechanism for sure that I developed in my younger years, and it's just kind of stuck. But understand that there's always a grain of truth in sarcasm. If a friend is constantly making like sarcastic comments about stuff, like there's a grain of truth. There's a reason they brought that up and said it. It goes a step further when there is someone in your life who is constantly nagging, making passive-aggressive, backhanded compliments at you or saying things to you. So here's a very specific, purposeful example of this. Not that long ago, I was involved with a group of people in a group chat, all of whom I had individual friendships with first. There was one particular person in that group who had wronged me very severely. She knew it. I confronted her about it. I never got an apology. I made excuses on behalf of that person. I tried to push it aside. I turned the other cheek. All those things you're supposed to do, right? Wrong. I lacked boundaries. In my defense in that situation, I actually tried to set boundaries and said, no, I'm not going to have contact with that person anymore. There were about 6 of us involved in this group. And one of those 6 people literally told me, well, if you don't have contact with her and you don't give her an audience, you're being petty. Well, surprise, surprise, spoiler alert to the end of this, that person who told me that did not have my best interests at heart. And that person is now super duper BFFs with the person who did really shitty things to me. And she's aware of it. She knows. And now they are super best buddies and have a super great friendship. And I am very happy for them. They belong together. But at the time that I was going through this, I'm involved with this group of about 6 people, myself included. Just ran out of bobbin. Actually, I don't even know if I need to wind this bobbin because I just finished my red binding and I'm moving on to purple binding. Guess I should not wind that. I think I'm gonna do purple on it. So how convenient was that? Anyway, in the process of being involved with this group of people, very slowly but surely, the conversations that we would have, I had separate, like I said, relationships with all of these people outside of this group chat, and they were always all positive. But when this entire group of people got, well, except for the person who screwed me over and was nasty, I went no contact with that person. Things got a lot better for a long time, but then I was being told by these other friends, if you don't give this person an audience, you have to talk to her, and if you don't, you're being petty. You just need to rise above it. You need to turn the other cheek. You're making too big of a deal, all of these things. And mind you, the person who wronged me never apologized. I did confront them about it. I was very specific about it, and I said, I don't like these behaviors and I didn't deserve that, and I'd like for you to acknowledge it. She refused to do so. And, that right there is a sign that, you're not going to get anywhere. You're not dealing with a mature person. She refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing in any of it, refused to acknowledge my hurt feelings, take responsibility for her part in it. It was just all bad. I knew that voice inside of me was telling me this is no good and you don't need to be here. But in my other friendships with these other people, I was scared to lose those people. I was trying to people please. I lacked a boundary. I totally let my boundary down. I set one that was very firm and it was very healthy for me and it helped me a lot. And then I immediately took that boundary down because this other person whom I thought cared about me and I really cared about them, I was very scared to lose that person. And that should have been a sign right there that I needed to lose it. I needed to let it go because nobody who cares about you would tell you to cross your own boundary, especially when they know what happened to you. But at the time, forest for the trees. So I just said, oh, well, okay, if you're telling me that, well, I know you have my best interests at heart and we're friends. And of course, you're not going to tell me to do something that is going to, betray myself and all these other things, all these rationales that I tried to come up with, all of these excuses that I made. And it obviously it turned out badly, spoiler alert. And what ended up happening in the end, I joined this group chat. Well, I didn't join the group chat. I kind of woke up one day to being added to this group chat. And that was peculiar to me. It was very queer because I'm looking at this going, this person knows this other person hurt me. All of these people in this chat actually know that this person hurt me. They have said to my face, I can't believe she did that to you. That's so messed up. And I was like, yeah, it really is, but I just want to move on. That was the exact conversation that took place. And all of those people are hugging me and acting like they have my best interest at heart, right? So I'm thinking that they have my best interest at heart. Well, I wake up one day and I am added to a group chat with this crappy abusive person. And I'm kind of shocked. I'm like, why? And I went into a private conversation with my very good friend in this situation. I said, I really don't want to be in a group chat with that person. And once again, I was told, you need to just get over it. You're being petty. And of course, nobody wants to be called petty. Nobody wants to be told that their boundary is hurting somebody else. But again, your boundaries don't hurt other people because your boundaries are for you. And a healthy person, a not manipulative person, would never tell you to sacrifice your boundary for the benefit of somebody else. You seeing it? You getting it? And I know that, and you probably know it too, but if you didn't, now you do. A healthy person who has your best interest at heart, who is not manipulative, who is not abusive, who is not looking to get something from you, who cares about you, will never, ever, ever, ever even think to ask you to sacrifice your boundary for somebody else. Ever. So that should have, and it was a red flag for me, but it should have been a huge red flag. I should have turned around and gone, no, this is not okay. But just to be completely honest with you, I was absolutely terrified that if I didn't heed this, if I didn't deal with this, I would lose my friends. And at that time, I had been going through a lot of stuff, and my self-esteem and my confidence was just absolutely through the floor. And frankly, this friend of mine knew that. She knew what had been happening to me in the background and how much it was affecting me. And she was the one at the first instance, actually, who insisted that I set boundaries. And I was like, you're totally right. I already knew this. I should have boundaries. And I set them. And then she immediately was like, nah, take them down. And I mean, I get why. Because she was benefiting from me having no boundaries. And she wanted to benefit from them. And she did. So whatever, looking at it now, it's easy to see, but when you're in the throes of these kinds of things, especially when you're being, manipulated and cajoled and you're scared, it's really hard to see, which is also why I say again, if you lack boundaries and you struggle with that, you have got to mentally train yourself ahead of time, because when you're in it, it's not the time to learn about it or relearn about it or try to remember. You've got to know ahead of time and have a good sense of self and listen to that thing inside of you, because that thing inside of you, that little voice, whatever it is, that feeling, the better sense of self and confidence, self-esteem you have, it'll be louder and clearer. And so the more you focus and you hone that, then when you get into a bad situation, instead of going, I don't know about that, this feels kind of weird, it's going to go, hell no. There will not be any, oh, well, gosh, I don't know, should I maybe, No, that voice, that thing in you, that thing that drives you to survive, that thing that cares about you as an organism, will say, no, absolutely not. Red flags, flashing lights, beeping stuff will be going off, and you'll be going, no thanks, bye, and you will have zero reason to even hesitate to get out and get rid of that. At the time, I was not in that situation whatsoever. I had not been doing what I needed to do for myself, and therefore I got myself into a really bad way. I did it once, was going through it, trying to heal from it, and then had it happen to me literally again by the person that I thought was my friend and was helping me get through all of that. And of course, spoiler alert, that's not how that went. So I'm in this group chat and I'm thinking, okay, well, things are fine. I'm just going to be myself and we'll all just be friends and it'll be fine. And I can turn the other cheek and maybe what she did wasn't so bad. And I know these other people in the chat are on my side, at least because they told me to my face they were on my side, right? So this isn't going to turn out badly. Well, it turned out badly. One of the things that I noticed, and this is another one of those signs of jealousy, I'm giving you guys kind of specific things, the passive aggressive comments. This whole situation actually is going to exhibit a lot of these signs. So as I tell you about the situation and I give you the signs, the one we just went over was they make passive aggressive comments towards you. This group chat situation didn't start out that way, but very quickly it became that. All of the people in this room were making passive aggressive comments toward me. At the time that I joined this group chat, actually it happened a little prior, but during this time, this is not going to, I don't want this to sound bad, and it's not meant to sound bad, but my husband and I achieved a lot of goals last year for ourselves within our family unit, however you want to put that. We did a lot of things last year. Kind of some of them happened we lost a family member very suddenly to cancer, and she was not very old, and it really made us reflect on our life and go, wow, life is too short, we need to do some of these things we talked about doing for a long time. So we put other stuff on the back burner and we made sacrifices, and we did have a lucky kind of situation. My husband received a very nice bonus for his hard work at work, and we used that bonus to do several things in our lives that we had been wanting to do. And would we have necessarily made those decisions had our family member not passed away? Probably not. It was a little impetuous. One, we were grieving, but two, it really was a situation of like, oh my gosh, tomorrow is not promised, and you need to live the life you want to live as much as you can before you can't live it anymore. And so we did that. There were several things that we did, and when they were, kind of, I would call them large milestone things, and some of them involved, some kind of, big financial decisions. One of those things was buying a camper RV. We've always wanted to do something like that. We thought it was kind of our first introduction to getting into that. And we thought, well, if it works out well, maybe in a few years we'll upgrade. Well, that happened last summer. It was right around this time, actually, last summer, that we bought this camper. And we had our family member die. We had been kind of thinking about this, and we just decided to take the plunge. And right away, I noticed at that point, I had just been kind of involved in this group chat with people, not all of them, just some at that point. And I noticed that my friend, the friend who was telling me, oh, you're being petty if you don't talk to this person, blah, blah, blah. At this time, I was still keeping my distance, and that was fine. But again, looking back on this, big red flag, when this happy thing happened for me, when we bought this RV, she started making a lot of really passive aggressive, like weird comments toward me. One of which was right around that time she started doing this weird thing. And I let it slide because I thought it was like, I don't know what I thought it was. My last name is pronounced Imdick. It's a German name. It's spelled with lots of vowels and, it's a German name. It is my married name, obviously. And she knows how to pronounce it, and yet she was constantly on different live streams we were on together in front of other people, and then to me privately, she would just call me Dicky or M Dicky or Eam Dicky or whatever. She was purposefully mispronouncing my name and then making like jokes at my expense with my last name. And we would always kind of like joke around with each other. But that's right around that time that started. I have no idea if they're related, but it was really weird because that started, and it was at that point that I noticed, remember what I said earlier, pay attention to when it's time to clap for you whose hands aren't touching. I had something good happen in my life that I was really excited to share with her, and I was excited about. And instead of being happy and excited for me, there was definite, icy, like kind of like, I don't know, just pull away in weird things. And I started noticing these passive aggressive weird behaviors. I made excuses for it. I just brushed it off. I thought, oh, you're being too sensitive, or you're being weird, or it's not what you think it is, or whatever. But the behaviors escalated from there. It didn't just stop there. It escalated for a long time, and it ultimately ended up in what it's turned into now, which it all culminated in a gigantic act of hostility on her end, attacking me, and being really crappy. And it was all very confusing to me. Like, nothing ever actually happened between us. The things that she was citing, that she just, it came out of nowhere, and it was very weird, but we'll kind of get into that in a little bit. Somebody said they love the backpack. I need to train it with clips, but that's how the end of it will look. Obviously, I need to train this side a bit. Poke it out with some clips because it is nice and round. But sometimes these backpacks get like that. And then he lights up. Math pack. And I'm going to make a backpack strap for it. So I did splits on this. It's going to be an actual backpack instead of just always a sling. But that's a different project for a different day. I'm going to grab another bag I need to finish binding. I think it's this one. So that was when I noticed, I need to finish this one. That was when I noticed some slightly weird behavior, and I dismissed it. I thought it was something else. I made excuses, whatever. And I just thought, oh yeah, you guys got binded. Bound. I don't know. I didn't really think about that. And again, hindsight, looking at everything cumulatively, it was like, oh yeah, there were lots of passive aggressive remarks. The other passive aggressive thing that she started doing all the time, which I found really peculiar, and my husband in particular latched on to this one. He was like, A, why does it matter to her? But B, why is she so hung up on this? She's like big mad about it. And it doesn't even make any sense because she was flat out 100% wrong about this. So, and that's what really cracks me up. It's such a stupid thing, but she was angry, and I'm telling you guys all this because, spoiler alert, this is definitely 110% jealous behavior. Because again, you don't act out toward people who, when their life situation has nothing to do with you, and they're only ever happy for you and your friends, you don't act out badly toward your friends. You don't treat them like crap. You don't talk crap about them, and you don't wish ill will, and you certainly want to share in their joys and their successes. So one of the passive aggressive remarks that right around the same time she purposefully started mispronouncing my last name and then picking at me every time we were like together virtually. We used to do this group thing where we would sew together on like a live stream chat situation, and there'd be like several people involved. Some of y'all who are here were probably even involved in said situation, and witnessed us together. It used to be really fun. It used to be really good. And then one day it just was not anymore. And I had expressed to my husband, like, I don't want to go here anymore. Not only do I like the person who's in here who made me feel crappy, but now like my own friend is being really weird, and I don't know what to do with this. And he was like, yeah, she's been super weird. And that's when I say she launched into this next thing. So the thing was, we bought they call it a bumper pull camper. It's a type of trailer, hooks up to the back of a vehicle. This also goes into this other situation, and maybe you'll start to see the pattern too, and you'll agree with me maybe, or maybe not, I don't know. But this tends to be the general consensus, and it's my consensus too. When we bought this bumper pull trailer, it has to be towed by something. So my business, EmporiumThreads.com, all the sewing notions I sell, you can go there and buy stuff. And this YouTube channel, my business, leased a truck. It's a Ford F-150. And when I, told her about this happening, because I was excited, that was a really big step for my business. I didn't know that things were weird at that point, and this all happened at the same time. We got the truck and the camper together, because you can't have a camper if you have nothing to tow it with. So I had my regular daily driver vehicle, and then we got this truck as a work vehicle. Well, this work vehicle, and I didn't really put any stock in this, I kind of still don't, but it sort of makes some sense. This third vehicle, this work vehicle that my job leased, happens to be the same type of vehicle that she drives. My husband is the one who pointed that out, that he was like, when you told her that you got that truck, not only was she not happy about it, but she got real weird after that. And the truck and the camper happened in the same weekend, by the way, because it has to. How would you tow the camper? So anyway, I use the truck for work things and the camper as well. We actually don't have the camper anymore, spoiler alert, because we travel around the country to come to sewing expos to see you guys, to go do fun things for work. Yes, we do use it for personal things. We're allowed to do that. But the truck is primarily used for work stuff, for hauling stuff to shows. And then the RV, the camper, is our place to stay when we go to such shows. So that's why we did it. Our accountant, helped us figure that out and figure out all the nuances of that. And yes, you can afford to do it, and you should, and here's how you do it. And, you get business insurance, all of these things. When this happened for me, Susie, are you and Brittany? No. I am Emporium Threads. I think you might be talking about Emporium. That person is not affiliated with me in any way. They have a totally different business name. I don't even really know that person. I kind of know of them, but I don't. Nope. I'm a one-person business. I am a one-person, very small business. Sometimes my husband helps me out a little when I need technology assistance, and other than that, it's just me. Anyway, so, I don't think that business is spelled Emporium either. I think it's different, but I'm not 100% sure about that. So anyway, when all of this happened, and I think any person could agree, rightly so, these were huge things for me personally, and they were huge goals and good things for my business. And I was happy to share that with someone that I thought was my friend. I shared it with lots of friends in our family, and of course those people were happy for us. As they should be. Normal people are happy for other people's successes. And by the way, those are green flags in your relationships as far as, are they jealous or not? If they are celebrating your successes, if they are clapping for you when you win, if they are celebrating your victories, those are not jealous behaviors. That's what normal, healthy people would be doing. And I had plenty of people around me who were doing that. I thought in a way this person was doing it, but they weren't. And honestly, it was very obvious that they weren't, but I was making excuses for them. Oh, well, it's this, it's that. I mean, I was. By the way, these colors, it's like, oh, Buzz Lightyear, but it's a Beetlejuice bag. It's not Buzz Lightyear. That's hilarious. Anyway, now I want to make a Buzz Lightyear bag. Anyway, it was a situation where, once again, I was just making excuses, like, well, maybe this, maybe that, I'm sure she's just been really busy. Oh, she's just been this, she's been that. But what she was doing is making passive aggressive comments to me about all of it. There was not really a lot of congratulations. And I kind of laughed and made jokes about oh, now we're truck buddies. And that absolutely pissed her off. There was a definite 100% attitude change. And then I got a lot of passive aggressive. I mean, they were just aggressive comments, to be honest with you. about me driving this truck that she had. That that was weird to me. Again, I was like very confused by it because I didn't understand. It's like, we're really good friends. I mean, we drove across the country to see each other. She came here, I went there. I've known this person for a few years, and it didn't make any sense to me. It all makes sense to me now. So yeah, it was, again, looking back, the benefit of hindsight, isn't it great? It's always 2020. But at the time, my lack of boundary really ended up hurting me. Yes, that person was crappy and hurtful and is still choosing to be crappy and hurtful and will probably never not be, if I'm honest. But I could have saved myself a ton of hurt if my self-esteem and my self-worth and my confidence had been built up, and I had those things in the forefront of my mind that I should always have, and you should too, that not everyone has the same heart as you, and that you absolutely need to have boundaries. It's healthy and it's safe for you. But I wasn't there for me. So I ended up getting really, really hurt. And so when that happened, the other thing that what I was saying, my husband really glommed onto, not only was he like, yeah, she's real pissed about this truck. Like, I remember getting messages from her. I don't know really a lot about cars, and I didn't know anything about this one because we had just gotten it. And like I said, it's a work truck for me. I'm not a truck person, but I knew that we had gotten an F-150, and that was kind of it. I don't know. She was like asking me like, what trim is it or what is this? And I was like, I don't know. And I said it was I don't even know all the trims, but there's like 4, and I said it was a lower one, and it turns out it was a higher one, if that makes any sense. I still honestly don't really know. I don't know a lot about cars. I'm not a car person. So anyway, it's red. It's red, and it's very nice, but I don't know a lot about it. And so that's kind of all I got on it. But I remember when I told her the model, and she was like, well, that one can't tow that thing. And I was like, our RV, because she knew what it was. And I was like, no, it can. It's well above the threshold. And she was like, no, it can't. And she was like arguing with me. She was super mad about it and like being like really kind of shitty. So I texted my husband, and I was like, maybe I made a mistake. I don't understand. She's saying that like we can't tow this thing. And he was like, yes, we can. This truck tows like 10,000 more pounds than the camper that we bought. We're fine. And then he sent me the make and model, like the listing, not the listing, but like from Google, like the trim or whatever. And so I just forwarded her the text. I was like, so this is what Corey said that we got, and I don't know. And it was at that point she got really kind of like crappy and shitty with me. And she was like, well, that's not what you said. You said you had a blah, blah, blah model, but that's this one. And she was like, that's, way higher and more expensive and whatever than this one. And I was like, okay, I don't know. I mean, my husband picked the truck. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I have no idea. And to be frank, I don't know a lot about cars, and I don't care about them. That's just not something that I'm interested in. And I don't know if that makes me wrong or bad or something, but in her mind, it sure did. And then, again, those passive aggressive comments and all kinds of other things. And it was like, she didn't talk to me for like a day and a half after that, which you have to understand in this relationship, we talked every day, all the time. And I didn't really pick up on that. Again, I was like, oh, she's probably just busy, whatever. But she made a bunch of crappy comments to me over text and then like totally ignored me. And I thought, okay, well, whatever, she's busy, like, going on about my life. Well, then after that, anytime I would refer to the RV, which by the way, it is, RV stands for recreational vehicle. And when you register a camper, it is registered as a recreational vehicle. It is fully the definition of a recreational vehicle. Recreational vehicle means a lot of things. The term vehicle, I'm just going to tell you guys this because this cracked me up. Anything that is a means of conveyance that moves something else is a vehicle. A bicycle is defined as a vehicle, but a bicycle has no engine, okay? I'm just going to throw that out there. So I would say I often called it a camper. Most of the time I just said camper. I didn't really say trailer. I didn't say RV. Actually, most of the time we have a different RV now, and I don't even refer to it as what it technically is. I still refer to it as an RV or a bus. But anyway, I was just talking, and she absolutely laid into me about. Sorry, I'm trying to clip my binding and I can't. What's wrong with you? There we go. I said, oh, well, I have to pack the RV for this trip we have coming up. And she laid into me. You always call that an RV, and you realize it's not an RV, right? And I was like, huh? And she just like over message kept going, like kept laying into me. And I was like, I don't understand. And she was like, that's not an RV. And I said, yeah, it is. I said, there's a subclass of RVs, but an RV is a blanket term for like all of these things. She wanted to, this was a hill she was going to die on. And you know what? By golly, she did die on it. Our whole friendship practically died on it, I think. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to argue. And then forever after that, I was very careful to call it a camper. She was very explicit that I should not be calling it an RV because that was misleading to people. And then she insinuated that I was doing that to try to make people think like it was fancier than it was or more expensive or something, which was really weird. And I was just like, okay. And so after that, I looked it up because I was like, this is a strange thing. Like, I don't want to mislead people and I don't want to be weird about it. Yeah, I'm not wrong. They're called RVs. We actually even found ourselves at an RV superstore where they only sell RVs that don't have motors. They're not motorized at all. Technically, if you want to get real specific about it, the classification is RV, recreational vehicle, which can be all kinds of different things. But campers and bumper pull trailers and fifth wheels, all of those things, none of them have motors. They are not motorized at all. You have to use something else to pull them. They are all classified as RVs. If you have a motorized unit with an engine in it, they are called motor coaches. But they are a type of RV. There are Class Cs and Class As, the type where the front looks like a semi-truck kind of a thing, and then you've got a shell over the back of it. That is a Class C. There are also van type RVs that have motors. And then there are Class As, which are buses. They are on a semi-truck chassis. They can have a gas engine in the front or a diesel pusher motor in the back. And I am now well schooled on that because after some careful thinking and other different things that we did in our lives earlier this year, my husband and I decided, yes, we like RVing in our RV, our camper. We would like to buy a bus. My husband likes to call it a coach. It is a Class A style. It is a diesel pusher. It is I call it the bus, because technically it is a bus, but he calls it a coach, whatever. They're all fine nomenclatures for that. You could just call it an RV. We are RV people and we like our RV, and we use it to go to shows around the country. And that's really about it. Not that big of a deal. The reason I bring any of it up is because that, like I said, was a hill that she was absolutely willing to die on. And there were multiple times where she brought this up after that, where she was very angry about the fact that I was calling the camper an RV. So that became a point of contention. And there were lots of aggressive comments made to me about that. But again, I just kept making excuses. I kept saying, well, but this person is my friend and we've been friends for years and I love this person and we care about each other, and I'm not going to let some silly thing like this get in the way of our relationship. Why would I do that? I would never do that. And, again, looking back on it now, I can see all of these things, and other people can see them and saw them at the time. My husband thought that was really weird, and you want to know something hilarious? My husband is a very nice man, and he kind of doesn't really ever have a bad word to say about anybody. He's much kinder than me. And I don't think I'm so bad, frankly, but he is very, very kind, just a very kind person and very giving and very loving. But anyway, after we finished signing our papers on this Class A and we were driving it off of the lot, this is well after this whole relationship blew up and this person that I'm speaking with got really, really hurtful with me, and just absolutely rocked my world in a negative way. He literally looked over at me. We had this excitement about this big thing we had just done. We fired up the diesel engine and we're driving off of the lot. And I forget exactly how he said it, but he said, too bad you're still not talking to so-and-so, because you could tell that bitch that now we own an actual RV. And then he just kind of laughed, and I was hysterical because my husband hardly ever even cusses anyway, but the fact that he said that, and those of you who have met him, like, he's kind of a guy of very few words, but it just cracked me up so bad because this happened like 6 months apart. And so the fact that he even thought of that, but when it was actively going on, he was like, that's a really weird thing for her to be like glomming onto and getting upset about. Yes, Susie, RV and camper are the same thing. It's like saying a vehicle, like a car or a truck, they're both vehicles, but one is a car and one is a truck. They're different, obviously. Like a truck has a bed and, you know, whatever. And so RV covers a lot of things. A sand dune vehicle is a recreational vehicle. A boat is a recreational vehicle. A camper is a recreational vehicle. Technically, a bike is a recreational vehicle. But when you go past a sign on the freeway and it says like Tom's Recreation World, and they sell campers and toy haulers and fifth wheel campers, bumper pull trailers, all that, they're all RVs. That's the actual definition. You can Google it. I did, because I was like, I don't want to be wrong and be weird, and then I wasn't, and then, yeah, which is fine. I was fine to be wrong. And again, I let my boundary go on it, and I was like, I'm just going to call it a camper in front of her because I don't want to upset her. And I'm not going to talk about my truck anymore because I don't want to upset her. That really upset her that I didn't know the make and model of my truck, and I misrepresented that I got the cheaper one, apparently. Which it wasn't that. I just didn't know. It's red. It's red, and it's got 4 wheels, and it tows the camper, and it brings my stuff to shows. That's it. That's why we got the truck. That's not any kind of like a weird anything. It's just a fact. So anyway, yeah, so the passive aggressive comments, then we get into the situation and jealousy signs. I mean, this is a pretty clear-cut sign. If you've got friends, people, family, coworkers, whatever, people who talk about you behind your back, which I came to find out later this was going on right around that same time it started, that's a clear-cut sign that this person doesn't actually love you, and yeah, they're probably jealous. Kind of back on those passive-aggressive comments I had mentioned right around this RV situation, I got added to this group chat with this person that I did not want to be in there with, and I expressed this to my friend. I really don't want to be in there, and she told me, no, you have to be in there with her. You're being petty. Forcing me, wanting me, cajoling me into sacrificing my boundaries, which again, not healthy, not safe, not something anyone who actually cares about you would ever ask you to do, because she was fully aware. So it wasn't serving me, that's for sure. This was to serve somebody else, but it was not for me. So those passive-aggressive comments, there was another thing that my husband and I did last year that we had actually planned the year prior, and it took us a long time to pay for it and do it. We took a trip to a country that we're not real big travelers, and we haven't taken a not work-related vacation in many years, and so we booked this very big trip. I told her about that prior to all of this because you had to book it like a year in advance, and we did. Well, that trip happened last December. We went there. It was, great. We loved it. My dumb self in this group chat with all of these people who apparently don't actually like me, sat there while I was in the foreign country. I collected postcards for all of them and wrote out Christmas cards on them and sent them from said foreign country. It was actually really expensive. But I liked those people, and I thought that we were friends. So here I am while they are all talking about me behind my back. So that was cool. That still makes me feel like an idiot, but it says more about those people than it ever will about me. Also, that friend of mine, I spent my entire trip collecting things from every country and place that we went to. Stuff is expensive overseas. In Europe, it's a lot, and I got together a whole big box of things, and I came home, and I had sent the postcards while I was over there in the foreign country to all of them, and I knew it was at that point. I mean, there had been signs for a while, and I was running out of excuses with all the passive-aggressive comments that had been made to me, toward me, all the different things that were going on. The other side is, while we were there, it was really, really cold, and we got sick. And the fact that So here's the other thing about jealous people and people who care about you. Not only are they going to celebrate your victories, but they are going to be sad when you are sad. When you have trial and tribulation in your life, people who care about you are not going to celebrate those. And they're certainly going to have empathy for you if they're a healthy person. When I hear a story that's sad, even if I don't know that person, when I know, oh, I wouldn't want that to happen to me, I feel bad. I feel sad. And when people around you, whoever they are, when you announce that something is not positive that has happened to you and they don't have empathy for you and they don't feel sad, empathy means they are putting themselves in your shoes and having those same feelings that a normal person would have, that's a huge red flag. People who value you and love you will have empathy for you and for others. So I should have known right then and there when my husband and I had like 103-degree temperatures and we were really, really sick in a foreign country trying to enjoy our vacation, and we were both very sick at the same time, and I had said that in this group chat, and it kind of either A, went unnoticed, or B, passive aggressive and snide comments were made, and then it was like everyone was kind of moving on with their lives and they didn't care at all. And there were comments that were made to the degree of like, well, I should just suck it up and deal with it because I was on this great trip. And I mean, look, we tried, but like when you have 104, 103-degree fever, and you're coughing and hacking and you can't breathe and it's -13 outside, like that's not a suck it up situation. You're just sick. So you're just going to go in bed and you're going to miss part of your trip because you're sick. And yeah, that was a whole mess. I was getting the feeling while I was on this trip, things had been since the summer, and then in fall they got really not great. And then now we're in winter. This was in December. And it was like, again, I should have seen the signs. I didn't need to wait for anything worse to happen. I should have just excused myself. Eventually I did in January, and then it got even worse. But I shouldn't have waited. I didn't need an excuse to leave. If you don't want to be somewhere and people are not treating you well, you don't need an excuse to leave. They don't have to give you permission to go. And I know that sounds stupid to say that, but I felt there were other layers to this, by the way. My business was connected in this. There were all kinds of things that were connected in it, and it was crappy, to say the least. And I was scared. I was scared that if I chose to leave here and stand up for myself and just say enough is enough, like I was going to be, somehow negatively affected. I was going to be ostracized. It just was all bad. All bad all the way around. Once again, hindsight. But I should have known then when the Christmas cards arrived that I sent from Germany to these people. I mean, I took time out of my trip to sit down and write whole postcards, long, letter things kind of to them. And even the person who treated me like crap, by the way, the person who totally wronged me and everyone in there was aware of it, I even sent her one because I wanted to, again, I didn't want to be petty. Did I actually want to send that to her? No. Should I have? No. That person did not deserve any of my attention, time, or audience. Period. You wronged me and treated me like crap. I knew that, and I should have had enough confidence to stick up for myself to whomever was saying, you're being petty if you don't whatever. But understand, I'm in a group chat with like these 6 people, and I didn't want them to all talk to each other somehow and it come out and the girl who was shitty say, well, she didn't send me one. That's a stupid reason to send somebody a Christmas card. So, but I did anyway. I did it. I sent it because I thought, you know what? I'm just going to try to turn the other cheek. I need to be the bigger person. Look where it got me. Nowhere. It got me literally nowhere. They often say things like, they, meaning the proverbial they, everybody out in the world, you'll never regret being kind. I don't regret being kind, but I do regret doing that. It wasn't the kindness aspect of it. It was that she didn't deserve it, and I shouldn't have done that. It was, I sacrificed myself for the comfort of somebody else, and I betrayed myself. And when you cross out your own boundaries, when you neglect your own boundaries, you absolutely betray yourself. And I betrayed myself for the comfort of other people, and it got me literally nowhere. So please understand and heed that lesson. When you have jealous, crappy people in your life who are treating you like crap, they're going to continue to do it. No amount of making excuses for them, sending them Christmas cards, loving on them, promoting their business, pushing them forward, hugging them, sending them gifts, anything, it's not going to help. So, here I am in Germany collecting postcards at all these great places I'm going to and fun things I'm seeing, and I want to share this with my friends and other people that I'm, family and all that, and I'm writing cards to these people that I just kind of get the feeling that I'm like, this whole thing is going weird, and it's going weird. Something is happening. And I'll tell you, I'll never get actual closure on this, and nobody will ever know what actually happened here. However, there was one person in that group specifically who treated me really crappy. She knows that she did it. There's very viable proof of that. I confronted her about it. She didn't want to apologize or own up to it. It was, well, whatever, lying, deflection. This is, she, at one point when she finally couldn't get out of the lying and the deflecting, she just kind of took off, and it was, that's what narcissistic people do. So that's what she did. Fine. I set a boundary for myself. I protected myself. Somehow her and this friend of mine got into cahoots together and decided that, more manipulation and hurtful shit needed to take place. They couldn't just leave me alone. So that wasn't going to work. I still don't really understand the point of it, but that's what happened. They are now super duper best friends. So good for them. I hope that they are very happy. I mean that genuinely. But it's weird, to say the least. So anyway, I'm sitting there writing Christmas cards to all of them, including this person who actively wronged me and refused to apologize about it. And then, bonus points, she continued to wrong me after that. So that was cool. And then it turned into she's going to launch an all-out assault on people who are friends with me and vendors who are acquainted with me. So that's been doubly fun. And, that's those people's stories. But, obviously I heard about it and found out about it because I'm friends with those people. And they were like, what the hell is this all about? Well, unfortunately. And then it all actually, interestingly enough, I can speculate all I want, but there's genuine proof about a lot of these things because this friend was just talking to one of those vendors recently. In her face said this vendor was being mistreated, much like I had, very blatantly, and having no empathy about the situation for her or feeling poorly or crappy about it like a normal person would. This person looked her dead in the face and said, "Do you think you're being mistreated because of your association with certain people?" Hi, that's me. I'm certain people. And her response, as a grown adult woman with her own business and having nothing to do with any of this, by the way, she's just a person who exists, she looked and said, "I sure hope not, because I'm not a middle school girl, and I would like to think that we could all treat each other with professionalism and dignity, but either way, I'm not going to come back to this situation because I don't deserve to get treated badly because of somebody else's situation." Which is 100% right, by the way. But that just, sometimes when your ears are burning, they're really burning for a reason. It was like so many things that it took a really long time for a lot of these things to come full circle and for all of it to, come about. And then I can really look at it and go, interesting, right? But it took so many of these different things to have that happen. And we're here now. And now I know. But, that's why I say you'll never get closure. But sometimes you can get as close as you can to it. And I certainly think that I did. Yeah, just a mess. So I'm over there writing Christmas cards to these people. And I, by the way, come home to a box. I get home December 21st. I'd been gone early December 21st I get home. I had sent all these Christmas cards like December 8th. And I thought it was kind of weird. I'm like, maybe they just take a really long time. And finally someone in the group chat piped up and goes, "Oh, by the way, this came." And like, it was a picture of it. And there was no like, not that I really need a thank you for a Christmas card, but it was just that. And I just said, "Oh, good. I was worried about that." Which, by the way, like a week prior, I had made a comment like, "I wanted to surprise you guys, but by the way, I sent Christmas cards and I don't know if they're even going to make it by Christmas because like it's taking a while." And nobody said anything, which is fine. Look, that's their right, but it was weird. That was just another one of those interesting kind of things where I was like, okay. you know, it's, you ever have that thought where you just go, okay, well, I guess I'll just go F myself. Like, that's exactly how it felt. And it was weird, and it was a red flag. And for sure, by that point, it was like a legit red flag. I was going, okay, something is weird here. This is just weird. But, you know, whatever, I just kept going, kept digging the hole deeper for myself. I had this whole box of trinkets for my friend for Christmas that I bought with her in mind. And I wrote a handwritten letter to that friend, told her about all the things that I collected on my trip and why I bought them for her and why I thought she would like them, and that if she was interested in knowing more about where they came from, I had pictures of the items, and just that I thought they were, you know, cool, whatever. And, you know, I mean, not that it really matters, because it really is the thought that counts, but this was an expensive box of stuff, that's for sure, and it was really expensive to ship, but I wanted to get it there by, you know, before Christmas, and so I sent this box of stuff, and when I got home, I arrived home, we often sent gifts to each other, so this wasn't weird. She sent me a really nice, I thought, birthday gift at the time. And I was kind of floored because I'm not real big on my birthday. It's a weird childhood, you know, trauma situation, really. It's when you grow up in a house of turmoil, when you're supposed to be, you know, having a good thing, it often turns into fighting and lots of yelling and stuff. And that's what always happened on my birthday. Everybody's birthday, in fact. It didn't matter what the holiday was. Everything was a screaming match. And also, if you showed excitement, it got, you know, exploited. So really, birthdays were not great in my house. So I have a weird thing with birthdays. They are just difficult. So I was frankly really, and she knew that, by the way, I felt really happy that I had joy over it. Had happy tears in my eyes. I thought it was really sweet that this person, because again, at this point, I didn't know anything was wrong. Nothing should have been wrong. Ugh, the tension on this is just absolute trash. It does not like the wrong side of this for some reason. So I'm going to do it from the other side. This is a display only bag, honestly, and it's really starting to tick me off. But I want it to be better, damn it. So anyway, yeah, not a great situation, and but I didn't know that yet. So I'm like, oh my gosh, she sent me a gift, and here I'm writing out this letter for her, and I have this whole box of stuff, and I sent it off, and I was so excited for her to receive it. And yeah, then these other cards started arriving, by the way. I get that note in the group chat about, oh, by the way, this came, and then other people piped up and said randomly, oh yeah, mine came like a week ago, I forgot. Oh, mine came and I didn't say anything about it. And then other people just never piped up and said anything at all, but everyone got one, so that was weird. It was just a weird red flag. It was like, okay, this is no good. So, figure out. Oh, hopefully I don't lose my internet. We just had a power flash here. That was weird. Anyway, yeah, so whole situation, very odd, very strange, and, but I don't know it yet. It was later that I should say it got odd and strange. So I am over here writing my happy little Christmas note, excited for Christmas and friends and yay and all these things, this specific group. Well, unbeknownst to me, I mean, I did tell my husband when we were overseas still, I was like, this is really weird. Normally they're super active in this group chat. They're talking all the time, but I've been getting all these weird red flags and these weird passive aggressive remarks have been made. There were lots of weird remarks that were made about me being on the trip and like just very weird, like, I have no idea how you would describe these. How'd I put this? Like, have you ever had people make snide remarks about you in front of you when you're in the room, but like you're not there? Does that, I don't know what you call that, but that was going on, like in a group chat, right? Like in text about our trip, and things we were doing. You know, we were just kind of posting little things in the group chat, like where we were that day or whatever, and we're in a different not hemisphere, we're actually in the same one, but totally different time zone anyway. And so I'm always like 8 to 12 hours behind. So I'm not seeing anything as it's actively going on. But what was weird is I would log into this group chat and the activity flow and just the way things were being said, everything very much changed. And I had made many mentions to my husband about this and just how weird it was and all the other weirdness that was going on in the background with this crappy person that was in there. I told him what it made me feel like was it was mistrustful. And I'm like, I don't trust that she's not like manipulating people. That's what she does. And something in this whole room and situation has just changed. And I was like, they make, look at this weird comment, like when they would show up specifically, and he would be like, yeah, that's a weird thing to say. Like, why are they saying that? Like, why is this in here, And they were things that were like directed, at me or like our trip in general or like things that we were doing. And it just felt very weird. So I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not necessarily labeling these people as jealous, but if you're having things like that going on in your life, it is weird. It is a real red flag. That thing inside of you that's telling you, this is weird. Guard yourself, get away from it. That's weird, jealous behavior. I don't know if you're actually really jealous, but it's freaking weird. And it's not something that healthy, happy people do, especially people who are healthy and are happy for you. So anyway, I'm over here just writing Christmas cards and having a great old time and trying my best to ignore this weirdness. We'll see, by the way, if doing this from the other side helps me at all. I don't know why this one corner has the worst tension in the world. Yeah, it looks ugly, but now the tension is better. I don't know if it's actually on the layers, though. Don't you hate when stuff like that happens? I don't really have all day to sit around and deal with this. I really just need the binding to, be binding. All right. One thing I can tell you right now is I'm going to just save this binding for the industrial because I used a really heavy stabilizer in this bag. It's canvas, and I think this machine is not liking the stabilizer. So, but this is just a display bag, so good enough. Anywho, wrapping up this very long story by finishing some crappy binding. I need to check all my other bags too and make sure I did all the binding I needed to do. I am back in the States. I'm sending this gift. I'm doing all this. I arrive home to a gift from this friend, from this person. And I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. I can't believe you did that. And, it was a fantastic gift. It was very sweet. And I was very excited about it. I even, in fact, posted about it in my Facebook group that I was still actually sick by the time we got home. So it was my husband a little bit, mostly me though, because I got sick after him. And so I was trying to, cope with that and heal and get better and all that. And, it just took a while. And so I even posted, I was like, well, I'm sick, but I'm doing something with this, super cool gift that my friend so-and-so, gave to me. And isn't this so great and all this stuff. And, of course I thanked her and told her how nice it was. And I said, I'm sending you a box and, hopefully it'll get there soon, whatever. And I remember when that box, arrived, there was like nothing in response to it. Not the handwritten letter in it, not the gifts in it. It was very like cold and just kind of, one of the things that was in the office went in here, or in the box went in here, and one of the things that was in this place went in the office, and it was like very just, I'm not expecting cartwheels, but it's not a normal reaction. So that again, huge red flag. But not only that, I was like, well, whatever, but she sent me a gift and like things are fine. Well, come January, literally like a month later, not even quite a month, it was probably more like 14 days, because we're December like 23rd-ish at that point to about January 10th, I think was the date. So that amount of time passes and we talk a little bit between there, but things in that group chat are just getting weirder. Stuff on the forefront is just getting weirder. More passive aggressive comments, just really hostile acting. Everything is getting strange. And I've noticed that this activity in the group chat that I was in with all these people completely dwindled. But all of them are still like sharing in like new, I don't know if this is going to make sense, but like there were always jokes and things going on in this group that everyone could see. And then all of a sudden that stopped in the group chat that I was involved in, but they clearly all moved over to another chat together, which is fine. Like, that's their right. But then there were like jokes and other things that were going on that like were not from the old chat. So like you could tell the conversation had moved on. And frankly, I didn't really care because from the beginning of the story, I told you guys I didn't want to be in there with this person who had hurt me. So I was feeling a little relieved. But they would kind of come in and sort of post like one thing a day in this group chat to sort of keep it active. But then I could tell they were active elsewhere. And you have to understand too, this group was so active. We're talking like 300 messages a day, like all day talking, active, 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 active. So for it to go from super active to just like no activity at all, but they're clearly still talking and doing whatever, I mean, you can tell. So I wasn't necessarily upset about it, but it was weird. It was another red flag situation. And then there's lots of hostile comments being made toward me, passive aggressive comments being made toward me by this person who was my friend. Any accomplishment or good things that I was, talking about, again, they're not celebrating in your success. Those are not people who are invested in you. So then everything came to a head in January where it ended in an absolutely explosive attack by my friend coming out of the woodwork and saying all these things and telling me literally that she had that I'm, XYZ thing and I'm so horrible and I'm a monster and just all of this stuff. When I say explosive, I mean, we're talking about like thumb scroll after thumb scroll after thumb scroll, like an absolute diatribe of just vitriol, hatefulness. And my confusion in this, I mean, I'm still confused about it and you'll never get real closure about it. None of it made sense. Like logically, the sentences didn't flow really. It was just nastiness. And I'm now able to step back from that and realize that that's an external reflection. Like that person has internal things going on and that's the external reflection of that. But at the time, what was happening to me, and this is, coming back to that boundary thing we were talking about earlier, I didn't really stand up for myself. What I did was I fawned, meaning I people pleased. I proceeded to get so upset and sad that this was happening. I broke down. I cried a ton. I mean, sobbed like a child. Because I was terrified that I had lost my friend. My friend in this message everywhere in here, she's obviously telling me what she thinks of me, which none of that is true. And there's no evidence to point to the fact of any of these things. But also it became very clear to me. I mean, I knew at that point, like, okay, cool. So you're picking the side that you're gonna, I could see where it was going, and it did end up there. The person who had very clearly wronged me and didn't want to take accountability for that, and had been very manipulative not only to myself but to other people, they're now bosom buddies. So, and were at that point, like, became, and it obviously, I mean, I spiraled in it for a while because I needed to ruminate on it and stew in it and figure it out and gain knowledge and perspective and try to look at this from the human condition point of it and say, how did this happen? How can I prevent it again? All these things we're talking about. When I look back on it now, I can identify those signs of jealousy, those signs of just absolute hate, those signs that I didn't see before. I don't know what made that person turn that way, but I will tell you, I've told this story a little bit on a previous live as an example, that when I very first started to get to know this person, she surprised me literally by coming into town where I live, driving cross country. She was out on a different errand and she stopped by where I live. Unbeknownst to me, it was a surprise. I had plans that weekend. I had to work. At the time, I was working for someone else while doing my own thing on the side, and I had to work an event for that person. She knew that, came to surprise me at the event. Well, here's the real kicker. The crappy person who really wronged me, who was like real shitty to me, was also at that event. She came to that event to find other vendors. And she and I met in person for the first time, but we'd been talking online for a long time because they were in my town. Now, I didn't know about my friend coming yet, but because this person was in town, I invited her to dinner. I said, I'll take you out to dinner tonight. We can hang out. She agreed. I made those plans with her. Well, that day, literally, my friend shows up and surprises me. And I felt terrible that I already had plans. And so I just said, hey, an extra person's coming to dinner with us. I'm going to introduce you to my friend. So I took them all out to dinner together. They literally met over a table breaking bread with me. So that's been a really nice thing to like chew on this whole time. You know, it is what it is, but it's like, it's one of those things like you can't make this stuff up. So at the time, both of these people were in, you know, my good graces. I mean, frankly, they still are really. I don't wish them ill will, but like none of this stuff had happened. I had separate relationships with the two of them. And the funniest thing of all that I think really cracks me up, one of these people was really more of a business acquaintance friend. The one who really screwed me over, wronged me, was super shitty to me that I confronted, that refused to take acknowledgement of that, and did that over and over and over again to me, I come to find out. And then my friend, they were separate. I knew them separately. They had no kind of thing joining them together. I was the glue that joined them together. They literally met over dinner. And the funniest thing after that is my friend told me two things. She didn't like that person. She didn't think I should hang out with that person. She thought that that person was not real great and wasn't excited about the situation, and continued to tell me that, by the way, for like a year after that. She told me straight up, this person's manipulative, this person is abusive, this person is not nice, this person is not loyal. I mean, she literally said those things over and over and over to me, and I made excuses and then ended up getting burned and then got burned again. And I'm telling you all of this because, again, we're circling back to that boundary situation. My lack of boundary got me hurt, not once, but twice. You have to stand up for yourself. And it doesn't matter who it is. I don't care if it's your mom, your best friend, somebody you're afraid of losing. If you're going to lose somebody for setting a boundary for yourself, then lose them. Lose them so fast. You want to lose them, and it might be hurtful, but lose them before you end up in a situation like I did. You will never lose a real, genuine, healthy, happy person who loves you because you set a boundary, because you're saying no and you're standing up for yourself. Understand that. Key paramount point to all of this. If you've got a jealous person in your life, a person who acts on their envious tendencies, they are dangerous. Jealous people are so dangerous, and it can be a level 1 danger or a level 10 danger. But when you look at the history of jealousy, period, I mean, people literally murder over jealousy. They will absolutely go after your income, your family, whatever you have that they think they can get that they think you don't deserve, they will go after it, and it is dangerous. It's dangerous to you. And not only that, it can affect things like that you never thought that it could. Like your marriage. It's like, oh, but this person was my friend, and they end up stealing your husband or just causing a rift between you and your spouse. I mean, there's all kinds of things that can go on when you get a jealous person in your life. So understand that. And same with a narcissist. You got to understand that. In my case, I didn't stick up for myself. I didn't really understand that I needed to, because I kept ignoring the signs. I kept excusing the bad behaviors. I kept pushing that voice in me. Like I said, my self-confidence and my self-worth at the time was not where it needed to be. Therefore, I was not setting proper boundaries because that voice was whispering instead of yelling. If my self-confidence, if I hadn't pushed aside my own boundaries and kept betraying myself, that voice would have been a lot louder. And maybe I still wouldn't have listened to it, but I would have had a better chance to hear it. So understand that betraying your own boundaries, a healthy, happy person will never expect you to do it. They won't want you to do it. And you need to understand that's unhealthy about you if you keep doing that. You have got to stick up for yourself. You've got to have those boundaries. So anyway, we've kind of covered all of the signs, and the end result, by the way, of that whole situation, like I said, it ended in an explosive situation. I should have just stood up for myself. I kind of did in the end, but not really. She exploded at me, and instead of saying, who do you think you're talking to? I'm not going to let you talk to me like that, or just ignoring it completely, because frankly, if somebody's being that irrational, there's nothing you can say. But my instinct was, I fawned, which means deer in the headlights, pause, and then go, oh my God, what can I do to make this better? And so once again, I betrayed myself. I just simply I obviously got super upset. I was emotionally triggered. I was terrified that I was going to lose my friend. And so I did say things that I genuinely felt. I apologized for all these things that she was accusing me of that literally never happened. But I just thought, well, if I apologize and I make it better, and what can I do I don't want to lose my friend. This person, I don't want her to feel this way. And I said those things to her. I don't want you to feel this way. And I'm so sorry if I made you feel that way. And I never meant to do that to you. And I'm going to go back and reread some of these things that you're supposedly accusing me of doing, because I that doesn't match my perception of what happened, and I never intended for that to happen, and I am so, so sorry. And I mean, I literally said this, typed this out, to her through, just tears streaming down my face at the point where I barely could see. And I mean, like, it was ugly crying. I mean, I was heartbroken. So incredibly heartbroken, not only just for I could finally see the failure of this, friendship. I knew it wasn't going to save it in my heart, but I just thought, well, maybe I can make it better. You're never going to make that better. Somebody who truly loves you, who truly cares about you, they're not going to do that. They're not going to explode on you out of nowhere. There were weird things that she had said to me and all of that, which again, red flags. One of the things that amongst all of the just absolute vitriol was, well, I've been angry at you for months and you didn't even know it. What confused me so much about that, and this kind of goes into a different territory of psychology, but if you're so angry at me, and like I told you guys, now I see it. The passive aggressive comments, the picking at me, the mean spirited things like toward me, the weird, like, again, unhappiness for my victories, like all of those things, I could tell she had been angry. And all of that, again, it leads me to believe, in every avenue that I've kind of researched, and yeah, the professionals that I have absolutely talked to about this and explained it and shown them this material and all of these things that I have and gone, okay, I need you to help me. I need to get knowledge on this so I can figure out what happened here as best I can. Everybody basically points to it and says, well, there's a whole lot of signs. Here's all the different signs of jealousy, and there's a whole lot of them being exhibited here. So maybe that's not the definitive thing, but it's like, oh, actually, some of that does make sense. My first inclination when I started learning about this was no, because I think a healthy person doesn't want to say things like that. This person was jealous of me, and I don't necessarily know if that's what it was, but it sure is borderline. And if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, and there is a lot of things there that I can pinpoint and identify at this point that it was like, well, I can for sure say that this wasn't as healthy of a relationship as what I was putting out there. This specific person, I loved on them. I did a lot of things for them that I just wanted to do. They were things that made me happy. Doting on them, gifts and talking to them all the time, and wanting to spend time with them, driving across country to see them like they came and saw me. And, I thought that it was a healthy relationship, but it most certainly was not. And in the hindsight, I can look at all of it and say, nah, every person has issues. This isn't like only they have issues kind of a thing. I definitely did, and I own my part in it. But the things that I was doing, it didn't benefit anybody, and it obviously didn't save the relationship. It basically just postponed it to a point where it was going to always turn into this. And what I wanted to say about kind of the beginning of this, that whole dinner and everyone meeting over the table with me, when that person left and went home, I thought everything was great. We had a great dinner. Everyone got along. It seemed like it was a lot of fun to me. And I was happy. I was so excited that, like, two people that I knew had kind of like met with me, and it seemed like it went really well and everybody seemed happy. And I had no reason to think that there was anything wrong, but I didn't hear from that person, my friend, for about a day or two. And then it wasn't as explosive as the end explosion, but there was a little explosion, an emotional explosion. And it kind of came out of nowhere, and I went, whoa, like, what's going on? And she just said, I am, upset. And I was like, why? Like, what happened? Nothing happened between us at that point. And I was very confused, and literally, it was typing, but it came out of her, mouth, whatever. She just said one sentence that, had I heeded that from the beginning, I could have saved myself a lot of heartache. When people tell you who they are, you need to believe them. This sentence that popped up on my screen and was followed by a lot of other sentences at that point were, I am a very jealous person, Ray. Period. And then it was followed by this explanation of why her explosive anger at me was justified, which it wasn't. Her justification was, I came into town out of my way to come and see you and surprise you, and I did not get your undivided attention. Instead, I had to go to dinner with you and other people, and you didn't want to be alone with me. And then it kind of went into some other personal things that I'm not specifically going to discuss, but basically you didn't want to be alone with me. And then she proceeded to project some personal insecurities that she had about an aspect of her life onto me. And that was shocking to me. I was like, whoa, where did that come from? And I approached it, like an adult. And I just said, the first thing you need to understand about that is, remember, you surprised me when you came into town. We didn't make plans. And I need you to understand, I already made plans with those other people, and I wasn't going to cancel on them just because you came to town. So I thought that we could all get together and go to dinner, and that would be a satisfactory thing. And I thought we all had fun at dinner. We were laughing and having a good time, and everyone was really excited to meet you, and I thought everything was fine. And when I explained that I already had these plans, and I'm sorry, I'm not just going to brush someone else aside for you because that would be rude. Not to mention there was a business aspect to this. She said, there was kind of some silence for like a little bit, and then all of a sudden she came back and she apologized. She said, you know what? That's a really good point. I didn't think about that aspect of it. I didn't know you already had those plans, and I'm sorry. And that was kind of the end of the conversation. I just said, at that point, we'd been friends for probably about a year, maybe, at least 6 months. And I said, I'm really glad that you came to me about it. I'm sorry that you felt that way, but I'm really glad that we talked about it, because that shows me that we have a really strong friendship. Like, I said that, and I was like, I'm really proud that like we can talk like this and we can have this type of an open discussion and we can figure it out as adults. And that was how the conversation ended. It was water under the bridge. And I just said, in future, like, don't hesitate to come to me, and she kind of said the same. And she apologized as far as her projecting that personal stuff onto me. We did discuss that too. And she said, I discussed that with my spouse, and my spouse is on the same page you are. She straight said that to me. My spouse told me that I'm projecting my own insecurity onto you, and I shouldn't have done that. And I said, in my head, I'm thinking, yeah, you shouldn't have done that, because that's not my problem. That's your problem. Like, I never gave you that impression, and I'm never gonna. Like, that was never part of this. And that never, came up again, as it shouldn't have. I can understand her personal insecurity about that, but like, to project that onto me and make that as part of this whole thing was really weird too. So again, hindsight is always 20/20. When I look back on that, if I had heeded that and really seen and said, you know what, that person, just the fact of her projecting that thing onto me that she did, should have told me right then and there that she didn't know me as well as I thought that she did. And much, much later, when we had the other gigantic explosion of this anger that was completely unfounded, and frankly, I mean, I'll just say this, like made up. The things that she manufactured, we all get in our heads, but here's my biggest guess, and you can possibly relate to this if you've ever gone through it. There for sure were hallmarks of jealousy. There for sure was a third-party person involved here who's very manipulative, and probably, she's just straight narcissist herself, but does exhibit jealous tendencies of other people for sure. But that's kind of a different level of jealousy. That's more just a malignant narcissist, a person who seeks to hurt other people and feels good about it. That's who that person is, and that person was involved in this a little bit too. And once the malignant narcissist entered the picture, and showed herself for who she was, and when I called that out on her and I's kind of side of this relationship, there was no way to deflect that, and then I went no contact at that point and set boundaries. Well, there's nothing that makes a narcissist more angry than you setting boundaries where they can't use you anymore, because they literally feed off the supply. So that supply line was broken at that point, and that person was no longer able to get their supply from me. So what ended up happening, as narcissists do, and specifically malignant narcissist. And malignant narcissist is someone who, like when you think of cancer, benign versus malignant meaning it's bad. A malignant narcissist will seek to hurt you however they can, because that's part of their supply too. Hurting other people is part of their supply. So they will absolutely seek to lie and manipulate other people around you to get people like to their side, and basically, you know, turn people against you. Like you see it a lot in like divorce court, where the other spouse will turn around and lie to get your kids taken away from you, lie to make you lose your job, you know, things mostly like that. But it can happen in really any situation when somebody feels like they can do it and they want to. A healthy person doesn't do that, but malignant narcissists are not healthy people. Just like jealous people are not healthy people. So in this situation, my guess is there were feelings of jealousy with the one friend. The malignant narcissist got angry when I cut off the supply. She sought to go after somebody else. What did I say earlier about this? Malignant narcissists, any narcissist, a user, and abuser will absolutely go after someone with low self-esteem, low boundaries or no boundaries, and low confidence, and a not great support system. So once my friend started showing signs of jealousy and issues and all kinds of things, there was a lack of support system between she and I. I mean, I didn't really realize that, but there was a rift in the friendship. The abuser sees the rift. They see the, you know, lack of self-esteem, the lack of support system, the ability to abuse somebody and use them, and they hone in on it. It doesn't matter who the person is. And I truly kind of believe that's what happened. I went no contact. I cut them off. That made them angry. The only thing they could possibly do to me at that point was manipulate other people around me. And it's no skin off my back that the people around me allowed themselves to be manipulated and abused. It just hurt me again because I didn't see it, I didn't understand, and then I kind of continued to be in the middle of it because of my lack of boundary. Does that make sense? So there are certain parts of it that like I could have controlled, but ultimately you can't control other people. If a jealous person is going to do what they're going to do, they're going to do it. Those of you who just kind of joined in with us, versus those who are here at the beginning, I've already mentioned this, the difference between envy and jealousy. Envy is a feeling, jealousy is a behavior. So when I say a jealous person, that is somebody who acts out on their feelings of envy with malice and spite towards someone else. So again, that's why we're talking about jealousy, because it's dangerous. This person is going to act out. They're not just going to be sitting alone in their feelings of, oh, I'm envious of this. The two are not interchangeable. Envy is a feeling that every single human being has had. Jealousy is a behavior. Every single person has had a jealous behavior, but for most of us, it stops when we're children. You know what I mean? Like, you don't go and steal someone's car because you want it. You don't try to take someone's house away from them or their job or their spouse. Some people do, but that's not what the typical person is going to do, and it's not what a healthy person does. So anyway, those are my personal experiences with jealousy specifically, and how it is very dangerous and it absolutely can affect you. And, you know, for one, the biggest thing to understand about a person who suffers from jealousy is they will never have high self-esteem and high sense of self-worth and real like pride in themselves and all of those kinds of things, and suffer from jealousy. So if you find yourself in situations where you think you're listening to any of this and you're going, wow, this is really relatable, this has happened to me before, it's happening to me right now, how did I get here, how do I get out of it, how do I avoid it in the future? Look for one, yourself, your own personal stuff. The most important work you will ever do will start within the own walls of your own home. I've said that to you guys before. When you start to think of that word in that phrase as home, you are the home. The most important work you will ever do will be within the walls of your own home. You have to do that work there first. So you must have a high sense of self-esteem and confidence. You've got to work on that. It doesn't come naturally. And it takes work. And it can be sad, heartbreaking, painful, but it takes work. But you can do it. It's not hard. Well, it is hard work, but it's something that anybody can do if you're willing to put in the work, put it that way. And once you start doing it and you start realizing it, you'll be like, oh my gosh, and I feel so much better. But you've got to have a good sense of self-esteem and confidence. And when you have those things, you have no problem setting boundaries. So once you have boundaries, it becomes very hard for a narcissist will never survive around you because they won't be able to get a supply from you. And a jealous person will not likely be attracted to you. And if they are, you'll be able to identify that, right? Because you know what a good, healthy thing looks like and how it is. So you will know to stay away. And when that person says things to you or does things that show you, I'm a jealous person, you can know, you know what, I have no problem walking away from that. Good luck to you. I hope you work on that. I don't have to fix it. Right? So that's kind of the whole thing here. I'll, quickly circle back on these signs because I think there were a couple that didn't really apply to my situation, so we didn't talk about them, but they often say that it's unfair that you have a certain advantage. And they may not say that about you, but even other people around you. So if you're next to somebody, anybody who is always talking about someone else's unfair advantage, that's a jealousy red flag. They're always discouraging to you specifically. You can't do that. You shouldn't do that. Maybe you should think about that. Are you sure about that? Discouraging also equals into making you second guess yourself. That is not a healthy thing, and it's a jealousy red flag. They make passive aggressive comments toward you. This can be equal to backhanded compliments, especially if it's in front of other people. Like, for instance, in a group chat where other people are present and they feel the need to drag you down about things that you posted or said. You post a joke and they purposefully find the need to announce to the room, well, I don't think that's funny. That is a perfect example of that. That is a passive-aggressive comment toward you. There's no reason to announce to a room of people that you don't find something funny when someone else shared it. Who does that add anything for? It's not helping the person who said the joke. So think about that. They talk about you behind your back. This also includes talking about other people behind their backs. It doesn't always equate to jealousy if it's just that, but if you're talking about this whole group of signs and symptoms and you're starting to stack them, it adds up to a bigger picture. But successful people are not doing that. If they're sitting around doing that, they've got a whole group chat dedicated to doing that. It's not a good place to be in. It's not healthy. They are excessively hostile toward you. I would go as far as to just even cut the word excessively out of there and just use the word hostile. If your friend is being hostile toward you, it's a red flag. There's something wrong there. People who love you and who respect you and like you are not going to be hostile toward you. And if they're doing all of these things and being hostile toward you, again, stack up the symptoms. If it's starting to look like a Jenga tower, it's jealousy. It just is. They do not celebrate your accomplishments. That's a big one. Like I said, pay attention to the people whose hands are not touching when it's time to clap for you. Healthy, happy people, even if they don't know you, will have no problem clapping for your accomplishments and your success. And healthy, happy people should do that. Remember the Price is Right thing? If you see somebody else win a car, are you mad that you didn't win the car, or are you excited for that person because they won the car? Your friend, your family member, your loved one, the person who actually loves you and cares about you, they would be happy. They'd be excited for you. They praise other people a lot while excluding you. This especially comes into play in public scenarios, and specifically group chats, if it's things like that. If it's things at work where they're praising the whole team and kind of naming other people and specifically not saying anything about you. Same thing with spouse, anybody. They're excessively and openly and specifically in front of groups praising other people and not praising you. Huge sign of hostility and likely jealousy of that individual person. And the last thing is they have a lot of insecurities and a low sense of self-worth. So I already did just talk about that one. A person who's got good self-esteem and a high sense of self-worth and good confidence is not going to suffer from jealousy. They may suffer from envy. Every human being suffers from that. But remember, envy is a feeling. Envy is, I really like her bag and I want one of those. Jealousy is, I really want that bag and she doesn't deserve it and I'm going to take it from her. So those are the differences. Lastly, just to circle back on the stuff from the beginning, you need to learn the signs, which I just gave you. And in your life and in your environment, you need to understand that you have got to stop excusing the signs. They will not get better. Doesn't mean people can't change. You will not be the one to change them, and you will end up getting burned. Jealous people are dangerous. They are bad for your health and your situation, and it will only get worse. I'm telling you. And that's not just me. I mean, obviously that's my situation, but that is a psychological proven fact. If you are a jealous person and you act out toward other people in anger because they are having good things happen to them and you don't like that, that is going to take some serious work and introspection and professional help for you to get over. You're not just going to wake up one day and decide you're not going to be that way anymore. That's a wiring thing. And it can be done, but it's going to be hard work. You need help. And to those of you who are suffering with somebody like that, they need help. You are not the professional to do it. So you need to be guarded. Guard your heart. Not everybody has the same heart as you. Giving them more time, love, attention, anything, it will not fix it. Understand that. It is not going to get better without them admitting they have a problem, finding someone to help them, and then putting in the work, and it will not happen overnight. If it's something like this where it's a person who is a malignant narcissist or who just is a really, really jealous person, it will take probably years for them to sit in their situation, figure out what is wrong with them, along with professional help and guidance, and rewire themselves to not be that way anymore. Lots of work, lots of time, lots of help. So giving them more is not going to fix it. And then the other thing is excusing it, brushing it aside. You are only betraying yourself and your own boundaries at that point. Don't do it. It's not going to help you, and it will not help them. In fact, it's going to make it worse. You're literally enabling them to do it. So do not make excuses. Do not brush it aside. It will not fix it. And then lastly, it's not just a bad day. Everybody has a bad day, and some people make flippant remarks. But again, remember that difference between envy and jealousy. Envy is not a great look either, but we all suffer from it. It's part of what drives us. We're envious of the neighbor who's got the nice car. We want that car. What do? We work harder and we get ourselves in a position so we can get that car too. We don't go down to his house and steal his keys. And we certainly don't say, well, I can't steal his car, so I'm going to damage it. So he has a messed up one. That's the difference between envy and jealousy. Envy is a survival mechanism, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's when you let it control your life and you turn it into jealousy. Because again, jealousy is a behavior, envy is a feeling. Two different things, and they're not interchangeable. And yeah, just when somebody tells you who they are, believe them. Sometimes they show you, they don't realize that they're doing it, but sometimes they're flat out just going to tell you, I'm a very jealous person. And I'm here to tell you absolutely, if someone ever tells you that, to run away. Run very, very far, because again, all the stuff I just said, you will not fix it. And yeah, the last, wrap up here, and then I'm all done with my bindings. People who love you are happy for your victories. People who are your true friends, people who are healthy, they are happy for your victories, even if they don't know you. But those who know you, if they're involved in your life, they will be happy for your victories. Not only will they be happy for your victories, but they are sad for your tribulations and your trials. If you're involved with any group or any individual person and you tell them that something bad has happened to you, oh, my roof is leaking, my AC went out, I got in a car accident, I lost my job. If you tell that to somebody and they are not sad for you, they're not unhappy, they react with complete apathy, meaning they don't care, they don't have anything encouraging to say or apologize. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Hey, let me buy you a cup of coffee. You want to talk about it? How can I help you? If you're not met with that from that person and it's apathy, like, oh, well, that's a you problem. Oh, well, I don't have to help you. That's a red flag. People who love you won't do that. People who love you and care about you are sad for your tribulations and your trials. And then people who love you, they want to share in your joy. If you have something that you want to tell them, like, oh my gosh, I'm so proud of myself, my business leased a vehicle. That's a huge monumental step for me. They want to share in your joy. Not only are they not annoyed when you tell them about the joy, but they want you to tell them. If you've ever had good news and you didn't share it with a friend, have you ever been met with, why didn't you tell me sooner? I'm so excited for you. That's what that is. They want to share in your joy, and they're saying, but friend, I love you. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I would have loved to know. Oh my gosh, tell me all about it. I'm so happy for you. That's a normal reaction, and that's what that means. They want to share in your joy. They actively want to share in it. They don't want to overtake it. They just want to share in it. And then really the last big key point, kind of wrapping up on that same thing, your success, not just your joys, but your success. When you have made it to a new echelon of wealth, when you have gotten a promotion at work, when you have acquired a very rare, expensive item, when you have gone on a very exciting bucket list trip, whatever success looks like to you/them, they are celebrating it. They're happy about it. They are excited for you. They break out the bottle of champagne. They say, well, we're going out to dinner on Friday night. We have to toast your success. That is what it looks like when people are happy for you and they love you and they're genuinely in it. If you're dealing with anything else but that, they're not happy for you. They're making you second guess yourself. They're hostile toward you. They're not, excited when good things happen, and they're not sad when bad things happen to you. That is not a person you want to be around, and you deserve better than that. So work on your self-confidence, work on your boundaries, and make sure that you are standing up for yourself, because you're the only one who can do that. And if you do those things and you have those firm boundaries in place, you will attract people to you that are like-minded, like-spirited. One of the last little things on that note, though, understand that, quality over quantity. The bigger your circle of friend gets, often issues like what I've been explaining kind of this whole time can tend to crop up. The people that I know, especially older ones than me, and things that I have learned from mentors of mine over time, the smaller your circle is, the easier it is to manage, and the truer it stays and just is. The bigger your friend circle gets, your acquaintances, your whatever, it's easier for bad actors to come in there and infiltrate and then wreak havoc and cause drama. And some people really do thrive off of that kind of stuff. They don't know how to live without chaos. And so when there isn't chaos around, they have to create it. Their lives are not in a good position, so they don't have anything to lose. They are perfectly fine creating chaos for other people, and they feed off of it. So and some people, especially like I said earlier, our self-esteem and our confidence tends to ebb and flow depending on where we are in life. If we're having a especially bad time where we've been put through the ringer at work or had a bad relationship with a friend or we're going through a divorce or whatever, our self-esteem may not be where it needs to be. And if you surround yourself with really good people who love you, they understand that and they will help prop you up. They will also help protect you. They're your support system. But if you have bad actors around you, they will seek to exploit that. They know this is the perfect time for them to come get financial gain from you, or just manipulate you or cause havoc in your life even more so. You're already having a hard time and they seek to make it harder because it makes them feel good. So if you're surrounded by any of that, you're going through any of this, you previously went through it, maybe you're having one of those aha moments right now where you're reflecting on something that happened to you years ago and you're going, that makes a lot of sense. And that's what knowledge can do for us. When we explore these things, we really dive into them, it can be really hurtful, but it is really eye-opening. It's really interesting to see some of these things for what they are after the fact. And then we know how to proceed later, right? We know how to act. And we know how to hopefully avoid it in future. Doesn't mean you'll always avoid it, but you can do better. And if it's a situation you always find yourself in, consider who's around you and then consider you. You've got to get those boundaries in place, man. So, anyway, I'm going to go back through here and read some comments, and then we're pretty much all done. Susie said, I would love to have a camper. Yeah, it was fun. It was, my husband grew up RVing as a kid. I had never done that, and so I was very trepidatious about entering into that situation. So I said, well, let's just get a really little camper. And we got one. We really liked it. But it, we outgrew it really quick because I wasn't sure. He was like, no, you're going to love it. But I was not convinced. And so we did that, and it worked out really well for us. And full disclosure, which most of you know this, right after we kind of lost that family member, which sort of like put us in that whole YOLO, like live today because you're not promised tomorrow kind of mindset, which led to us getting the camper in the first place and the truck. Right after that, our dog had a really scary incident where she was diagnosed with oral cancer, and then we had to put her down shortly after that. We ended up in the emergency room one night. There was, blood. It was all kinds of crazy stuff, and it was at that point we found out about it. And then we only got another couple weeks with her after that. And all of this, the oral cancer situation in the emergency room and then having to put her down, coincided with the emotional blow up of this friendship and then the ensuing drama and really shitty situation that took place after that for about a month. So it was a really hard January and February, let me tell you. This year, I've always kind of been a research hound anyway, but this year has really forced me to do a ton of introspection, but also really my need for knowledge and seeking of the human condition, the how, where, what, why, when of people. Like I've needed to figure that out on so many levels, just because of some of the things that I've been encountering. The absolute just rolling trauma of having a family member suddenly get diagnosed with cancer and then passing away, and a lot of little nuanced things that came with that. Then having all of this other stuff that I've been explaining to you guys on the back end, all of the, which again, I didn't even scratch the surface, if you can believe that, honestly. The manipulation, the just absolute getting taken advantage of and used by people and pushed around and bullied and sacrificing my own boundaries and just everything that was going on, the hurt I was doing to myself, the hurt that other people were perpetrating and I was letting them do it. And then to have my 17-year-old dog, who's been with me more in my life, at exactly half of my life at that stage of my age, was tough. So it's 2023. I will not be sad to see it go. But I made a commitment to myself that in 2024, I will not fall prey to the same crap. I will not be manipulated by people. I will not stay silent about mistreatment. I will not allow this kind of behavior to be perpetrated on other people or myself as much as possible. And so it is my goal to spread knowledge about it, gain it for myself, but also put it out there for other people so that they can understand and know how to avoid these things. So, yeah, that's where all of this came from, though. There were a lot of highs in 2022 and then some not great lows, and 23 has been full of a lot of lows with some really good highs too. So, and through this series of YouTube, by the way, the more I do this series, the more I connect with you guys, not only here in the comments, but I know I'm going to get lots of emails about this one and lots of PMs about this one, because I already did. You guys were like, you got to talk about jealousy, like you got to talk about this thing, and you were telling me your stories about your coworkers, your spouses, your friends, your neighbors and other people, and these things that befell you. And it was like, okay, yeah, we got to talk about this one, and it unfortunately is very relatable to me. So, yeah. Anyway, so Oside said, same, nomad life, travel, and so I agree. And so, by the way, we don't have the camper anymore. I do think that I mentioned this. We sold it because we outgrew it very quickly. And when, bringing up Elise dying, when Elise passed away, it was really at that point we were in a very deep stage of grief. We had just gotten back from the funeral of the family member, actually, who passed away suddenly. And it was a hard time. And that's just another little tidbit from you to me. Always remember who gave you a hard time when you were having a hard time. Write that one down. Always remember who gave you a hard time when you were already having a hard time. When they know that you're going through something and they specifically choose to drop bombshells on you and treat you like crap when you're already going through a hard time, that person does not love you or care about you. And that's 100% what happened in this case. I had literally not even been back from this funeral for a 24-hour period, I don't think. And it was really hard. And I had been texting that friend while I was there. She had the audacity to talk to me like she wasn't about to explode on me in anger and, 2 days later and tell me all kinds of messed up stuff that wasn't true, that, all this weird nonsense. So again, adding to my confusion, she was literally talking to me. The both of us were talking back and forth about how we were going to be at each other's funerals. And if anybody ever tries to do this at my funeral, you have my permission to, XYZ thing. We're having this whole conversation. And then, yeah, like days later. So again, adding to my confusion, but a lot of it makes a lot more sense now. Just really an unhealthy situation. This is not something that a well-balanced, healthy person who has your best interests at heart is going to do to you. Pay attention to whose hands don't come together when it's time to clap for you, and always remember who gave you a hard time when you were having a hard time. A couple of choice things to live by that I learned. Anyway, so when Elise passed away, though, and we got back from that funeral, we decided to trade it in on the bus, and we now have the 40-foot bus. So I do sew and travel. I've done a few sewing in the bus episodes, actually sewing on the road, and we'll continue to do so when we go on the road soon. That'll be fun. Decorate it with all the sewing items and the sewing pictures and make it pink. Yeah, if it was just mine, but my husband is in there, so, we leave it regular. I do love the truck, and I do haul. It's made shows so much easier. That was the whole point. I mean, it is a business. It's a work vehicle, and it was, primarily to tow the camper, but then also to tow stuff to shows. And so that's been really great. I have never driven a truck. I still don't really know anything about it. Like I said, it's red. It's got 4 doors. It's got a bed. I don't know. I load it up with stuff. Those of you who don't know me, I'm huge into gardening. I love gardening. At my previous home in Dallas, I had an absolutely beautiful garden that I started from scratch in the front yard. It was just a lawn, and we carved it out. I put hardscaping in it. I put a fountain in there. I planted trees. I sculpted my shrubs. I put topiaries in there. I planted tulips. I do all those kinds of things. I've had a garden at every one of my homes I've lived at. I love to garden. Soil and sunlight are my happy place. So I have started a garden in the backyard here at this home, and I'm slowly working on honing that. It was a bare scape of nothing, and frankly, I'm in a totally different growing zone now, so it's a different environment, but I love the truck for the gardening. I have always previously pretty much driven a sedan. My husband used to laugh at me because I always insisted on a sunroof, and he was like, why? And I mean, literally, I hardly ever opened it, but it's so that I could get trees in the car. I would go to nurseries and Home Depot and stuff, and I would be like, okay, and I'd buy like a 16-foot tall tree, and if you've ever seen anybody driving down the road with a tree hanging out of their sunroof, it was me. I do that. I had a convertible many, many years ago, a 1980 something that I got used for like $1,000 off cash. It was in horrible shape, but it was what I could afford at the time, and I used to put the top down and put like plants and stuff sticking out of it, and Home Depot materials, because I love doing DIY construction, which I don't do as much anymore. But yeah, so I finally have a truck, and my husband, when we got it, he was like, I'm terrified because you've done all these things with a sedan and like convertibles and stuff in the past. What are you going to do with the truck? And it's so funny because now I like don't haul anything that isn't for work. I'm always doing sewing stuff and work stuff. I don't get as much time to garden. But I did load it up with mulch recently and bags of dirt and plants, and that made me happy. It was like, oh my gosh, I have a bed to do this in now. I don't have to put it in my back seats and my trunk. So that's a little foreign to me still, but it's fun. So I do like the truck. So yeah. Let's see. I hope she doesn't sew bags because everyone in the bag making community is very nice. Yeah, I think a lot of the people in the bag making community are nice. I will be totally transparent on that front. All of these people I've been talking about this whole time, with the exception of the management friend in the very beginning, they're all in the bag making community. So don't mistake nice for kind. That's kind of another tidbit. Somebody who is very charismatic and charming is possibly and probably not a super nice, kind person. And it is very possible to be nice, meaning to put on a facade and just do the thing that you think you're supposed to do versus actually being kind and kind-hearted. So pay attention to people's actions. When they show you who they are, believe them. Frankly, when other people tell you, I mean, you shouldn't let other people color your opinion, make your own decisions. But if lots of people are telling you something about someone, make your own opinion. But at least be careful. Like I said, guard your heart. Not everybody has the same heart that you do. So within every community that exists, there's going to be people who don't have your best interest at heart. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people who are fine, but there are people who are not. And in every situation, that's the case. So yeah, unfortunately, this person didn't used to sew bags. And then last fall, kind of right around the time of all this nastiness that really started, she decided that she was going to get a sewing machine. I was very encouraging of that fact. She was asking me all questions, because again, we're friends. Why would I'm not going to gatekeep information from you. I don't do that anyway. So I was like, yeah, get a sewing machine. Let's make bags. On that note, funnily enough, once again, a big sign that I was like, I know this person is jealous and is a jealous person because she told me that. When she told me that she was getting a sewing machine, she approached me very cautiously, like, by the way, I'm thinking about getting a sewing machine. And then all of a sudden she goes, but don't worry, I'm not going to start selling bags like you do. I just, and I thought, and I literally responded and I said, I don't care if you sew bags. I think it'd be really cool if you sewed bags and sold them. We could sell them together. Like, that'd be fun. We could do a show together. And she responded with, well, I don't want to step on any toes. I'm not going to do that. And I made a joke because she has an alternative hobby that up until this time, that was kind of the only thing she did. I made a joke saying, well, if you're going to get a sewing machine, does that mean I can take up this hobby? Are we switching roles? Like, I made a joke, and that was very upsetting to her. Like, she didn't react at all in like a, oh, haha, very funny kind of way. She literally, and I mean, I said it in an obviously very joking, sarcastic manner. It was incredibly clear. I'm an over emoji user as well. So like, I'm sure I put like winking faces and other stuff like that. It was painfully obvious. I went back and read all of this, everything, 2 years worth of conversation when all of this went down is a form of kind of gaining knowledge on the situation. It was very obvious. And at the time, I just thought, oh, that was a weird reaction. But now when I look back at it, it was like, oh yeah, she was like not happy about that. She was actually kind of pissed about it. And then kind of went, a little radio silent after I made that joke, which not normal for her. So again, people will tell you who they are. And this person flat out told me I'm a very jealous person. I should have realized. Duh. So anyway, yeah. No, unfortunately, they are on there. So, let's see. Some other kind of comments in here. Is she a teenager? No, she's actually older than me, which is really funny. I'm 35, and she's quite a few. One of these people is slightly younger than me, and one of these people is several years older than me. Like 5 or so years older than me, I think. So 4 years? I can't really remember at this point. So yeah, no, not a teenager. Roberta said, yeah, that would be me, not a car person. I know some like basic stuff about vehicles. Honestly, the only, my husband and I both have driven electric vehicles. I know more about electric vehicles than I do about regular vehicles because diving into something like an electric vehicle, there's a whole different situation. So I had to learn about them. And learn like a lot. And so I know way more about that. Those are really the only cars I know anything about. I know basic stuff about cars, really, really basic things. I've changed oil. I can change a tire. I've changed an air filter. I top off windshield washer fluid. I can do all of those things. I know where my spare tire kit is, all that kind of stuff. But I don't know very much about cars, and I don't put a lot of stock in it. So like, I don't care what car somebody drives. You could drive up in the most expensive car or the cheapest car. Honestly, if it's hot outside, my main concern is like, does it have AC? If not, can we at least roll down the windows? And if not any of those, can we go get a cold drink? Like, those are my main concerns. And, is it safe for you to drive? Like, I don't care. I don't care what vehicle you drive. It doesn't matter to me. So I don't put a lot of stock in that. I don't care if your car's expensive, if your house is big, I like fancy stuff. That was a long running joke, and really only with this friend. My other friends that I've had lifelong, I've always been the same person, and they didn't feel the need to point this out. It's probably another sign that I should have seen. She really liked to make a point all the time calling me fancy and bougie, which is, a term that just kind of means you like fancy stuff. And I do to a certain extent, but like, I also really like cheap stuff. Like, I don't like beer, but my favorite beer is PBR. If I'm going to go to a bar, I'm going to order PBR. I don't put stock in that kind of stuff. I'm wearing like a cheap pair of shorts from Amazon, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't really buy fancy clothes. I have some fancy things. I spend on some fancy stuff. I buy the things that I like. And if they happen to be fancy and I can afford them, then they are. But I don't seek it out like I have to have the fanciest thing. I don't know. Who doesn't like nice stuff? So that was always a point of contention too, that she really felt the need to call me out all the time like that in front of other people, which is not a compliment. I would probably go as far as to maybe put that in like that passive aggressive category now that I look at it. Like, you feel the need to introduce me weirdly to other people, like calling me out on this behavior that, I don't know, it's weird. That's a weird thing to do, in my opinion. At the time, I just thought, we're jokes, if we're friends, you know, haha, whatever. But now I look at it and I'm kind of like, yeah, that was a little strange. It was never a problem when I was sending her free hats and all kinds of other stuff and gifts and doing things for her, making stuff on my laser for her, which I never had a problem doing. I don't regret doing it, but it's like, so it's fine for me to have fancy stuff when it benefits you, but like at other times you're gonna make fun of me for it and mistreat me and be weird. I don't know. It's weird. Susie, yeah, I know, I saw those comments. You get those occasionally when it's YouTube public. It happens. Yeah, I really cared for that person. Hope she finds a friend like you. I wish I had a friend. Yeah, I'll be completely honest with you. It's weird. It's wild when I think back on it. It's really hard because in some ways I do still care for that person, and I don't know that I won't. When this whole explosion of anger happened, one of the last things I said was, I will mourn the friendship that I thought we had for the rest of my life. And it's true. Not only have I been in grief for my family member and my, excuse me, this gets a little hard to talk about. I'm doing a lot better with it. I have a much better coping mechanism, but you can tell that there's an emotional trigger there for me when I talk about that. Because I cared for this person and I thought that they cared for me, and it's very obvious that they did not, looking back on it now, and that becomes a hard thing to swallow. Because once again, the thing that I really am sad about now at this point is not so much that person. I'm really sad that I betrayed myself for a person that wasn't genuine and wasn't real. I didn't mean to. But because I kept going back on my own boundaries and I kept making excuses, I kept brushing stuff under the rug. And then, you know, I don't necessarily know if I would have reacted exactly the same had I not been going through all the other trauma. It really was a perfect storm of rolling trauma of all of these things happening one after the other, after the other, after the other. So I never got to heal from one thing before another thing happened. And then, like I said, don't forget to, don't forget who gave you a hard time when you were already having a hard time. So, and that, you know, just made it worse. So yeah, it's hard because I did care about that person. I do still care about that person, and I focus on that sometimes and try to like riddle that out, journal about it, talk about it to, you know, a professional person and say, like, why do I still have these feelings? You know, why am I still, I know what happened here. I can see all these signs. I can see that it wasn't healthy and it wasn't good, and this person never cared about me, and they didn't love me the way that I loved them. They did not have my best interest at heart. They have some unhealthy things they need to work on, I'm sure, as we all do. All that stuff. And yet, when I think about them and I think about some of the good things and all this other stuff, I still get choked up. And it's hard for me to see things like that when people say you really cared about them. I did. And sometimes I still do. I don't think that's ever going to go away. And it's just hard because, again, in that state of when they're being explosively, unreasonably angry and manufacturing things and being the way that they were being in the end, I think mostly what I've discovered about it is that emotional trigger that I have, that the voice shaking and a little bit of the pulse quickening and a little bit of that shakiness. A lot of what that actually is the emotional trigger of the self-betrayal. It's important to dive into things. This is where professional psychological situations are helpful in situations like this. I do mourn that friendship, but I am also in grief for myself. I am in grief for myself that I didn't stand up for myself and I continued to betray myself. And myself that I betrayed is sad about it, and then I am sad that I did it to myself. So it's a hard, sometimes you have to dig a little deeper to figure out why you actually feel the way that you feel. I do feel a little bad about that person and whatever. I'm sad that it ended the way that it did. Yes, I cared about that person, but I should have cared about me. I should have cared about me first, and I didn't. And when I get kind of emotionally triggered like that, right? Like, where I start to think, oh, I did care about that person. It brings it back that myself in here is going, oh, you're still betraying me. You're still caring about that person more than you care about yourself. And 100% that is true. Just for a split second, but it happens, and then I get this emotional, it literally is a trigger. That's what that is. It elicits an emotional response. That's what a trigger is. And so I start to get choked up, and I get a little teary-eyed, and my pulse quickens, and my throat tightens, and I have, my voice shakes. It's triggering, but it's not for the reason that I originally thought it was, because it's like, yes, I really did care about that person. Yes, but there's a whole deeper layer to it. So I still struggle with that. Nobody's infallible, and you're going to struggle with things. So anyway. Anyway, need to learn to guard my heart. I love everybody. I try to find something good in everybody. Yes, and that's an okay thing to do. You just can't let it drive your life. Find a good thing and and then let that pass. And once again, find a good thing. But when people show you for real, trying to continue to find a good thing, that's brushing aside. That's self-betrayal. You're betraying your boundary. You have that thing inside of you that's putting on the light, putting up the flag and going, hey, wait a minute, that's not okay. And if you keep brushing that aside, you are literally just betraying yourself. You're betraying your own boundary. You're betraying your core. And you need to not do that. It's not healthy. And I promise you, if it doesn't burn you this time, it'll be next time. You've got to learn to guard a bit. You can still be kind and be a nice, kind person and have good relationships and love yourself and protect yourself. They are not mutually exclusive. Like, you can do both, and you should be doing both. And frankly, you won't be able to love people properly if you're not. That's what people say. You can't love someone when you don't love yourself. Of course you can. It's just always going to end in misery and pain. You have got to really love yourself and have a good grasp on your own situation so that you can love other people properly and allow them to love you properly too. That saying, you teach people how to treat you, goes right into that. If you don't love yourself and you don't have good boundaries and you're not standing up for yourself, that person's not going to do it because you taught them that you don't need that. They can see your self-betrayal. It's written all over you. Don't betray yourself. It's never a good thing, ever. I thought I had low self-esteem. This girl needs a lot of help. Yeah, I mean, look, I can't. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some things there that are not healthy. Admitting out loud, at least if you can admit out loud, I'm a very jealous person, then that means that you need to do the work after that. But just admitting it and then continuing to hurt people and be that way, that doesn't, I mean, it counts, but like for what? You just admitted out loud what you were. I guess you kind of gave me a chance to escape, and I should have. That's my bad, which is why I'm telling you. But yeah. Anyway. Funny how you go down the road with trees sticking out. Oh yeah, I've always been like a do whatever you have to do to get it done kind of person. Other people are probably like, oh, I'll just get that couch delivered. And I'm like, no, I'll save $45 and strap it to the back of whatever. I mean, I've always done things in like a safe way. I'm not going to do something like inappropriate or like put other motorists in danger kind of a thing. But yeah, I have brought home so much different furniture stuff. I needed sod for my yard one time at our last house. And I didn't have a truck, I had a sedan. And so I just put tarps all over in the back of it. And I literally had them pack an entire pallet of sod. I went to like a sod farm and we just stacked it in there piece by piece by piece all the way up to my ceiling. We put it on like the back deck of my car, in the trunk, in the passenger seat. And I have a picture of that somewhere. My husband was like, oh my God, what's wrong with you? You know, but I was like, I put tarps down and it wasn't wet sod, it was dry. So it was really not very dirty. I just took it in for a regular wash after that and I vacuumed it and it was fine. I also brought home a real farm-sized hay bale in my two-door car one time for Halloween. I used to be like really into like decorating and I still am. I'm just not very good at it. But I got this Pinterest idea where people were putting like hay bales on their porch with pumpkins and stuff. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to do that. So I went to this farm nearby. They were selling cheap hay bales because it's like, it gets wet and then it's not good for the animals to eat it. So they sell them really, really cheap. And no animal was eating it. And I had a friend who had a horse. And so I said, after I'm done using it, can you use it for your horse? She said, well, they won't be able to eat it, but I can put it in the, like the stall for them to basically go to the bathroom on, I guess. I don't really know much about horses, but she said, yeah, I can use it. And I said, great, I'm going to use it for the month of October and November with my cute pumpkins on it. And then you come take it over to your boarding place where you board your horse. And so it was a whole upcycle situation, but I got it in my car hanging out. They loaded it with like the fork thing that they put it in my car, and they were kind of horrified. It was sticking out of the back of my trunk, and then we just bungeed it, and I only had to drive around the corner, and then getting it out was fun. But I don't know, yeah, you just do what you gotta do. I'm not gonna miss out because I needed a truck at the time, but yeah. And it's so funny because I haul way less stuff now. I mean, more work stuff, but less like messy, crazy things. It's funny. Will you list where you got the pattern on the backpack you made? Yes, it is the MAV pack, M-A-V pack. If you Google that, you'll find it. The designer is Linds, L-I-N-D-S, handmade, Linds Handmade. And it is the MAV pack. This is a different MAV pack. So it's not actually a backpack, by the way. You can make it into one, but you've got to change it. It sits on the front of you like this, and it's a crossbody. So kids do like them. This is the 120%. This is a hack. So I can show you really quick for those of you who don't know. I have an original over here. This is the regular size. It's quite a bit littler. Hopefully this is like a good, here, trying to get this centered on the camera. So this is the original size. It's actually really good for little kids, but a lot of adults, and I'm pretty tall, I'm 5'11", I'm pretty broad. I like a little bit bigger. So you can see on my front of my frame that looks better. This is really little, but on most people this is probably fine. I just like a little bigger. This is either 120% or 115. I think this is a 120%. So anyway, just making it bigger, and then you have to do the math to make it bigger. Anyway, that person should have been so lucky she had you, and she doesn't deserve you. I know how you feel. I had a best friend from when I was little. When I got older, she slept with my husband. Yeah. So when I was saying that a lot of people have talked to me about jealousy and things in your life, and they've written in and had asked for a series on this after we talked about other things, that is one that came up actually a couple of times. People who they came into other people's lives, and literally, I mean, they're the actual definition of a home wrecker. And then some stuff like that in the job arena as well. So you're not the first person to talk to me about that. And I'm really sorry that happened to you. That's really crappy. You know, it seems like a blasé thing to say, that like it's a reflection on you and not them. But truly, I mean, you cannot harbor that. You can't internalize that. It's an outward reflection of that person, both of them, frankly. Because, you know, your husband was involved in that too, unfortunately. So, it's, you know, yeah. I don't know what else to say besides that. And I know when that was kind of said to me about my situation, it felt a little bit dismissive at first, but upon delving into these things and really, sitting with my grief, with my anger, with my sadness, I got to the root of those things and where they were, and understand, I mean, I am in such a different place now than I was before. And it's not just because of time. People say that thing, time heals. I don't actually agree with that. I don't think that time heals. I think that you move on and you get distracted. But understand this, whenever you go through any type of trauma, if you don't grow from it and heal from it, it will absolutely rear its ugly head later. People who don't deal with grief trauma specifically, every time you grieve something else after, you actually relive that grief from before. So in my case, which made this whole situation much, much worse, and I did not know this until I went through it, our family member was diagnosed and then passed away very suddenly, very horribly. And I was grieving that. And then I had to make the very, hard decision to put my dog down. And it needed to happen. This oral cancer situation came out of nowhere. It was really tough. But this was literally mere like a week after this friend, this, horrible, crappy person, frankly, crappy behaving person, I should say, exploded on me in anger and took out all of her issues on me, and said a bunch of stuff that, again, didn't make sense. You've been angry at me for months, yet you're sending me gifts. Why are you sending me gifts? You one day are telling me all kinds of things about how this person, you don't like them, and now you're literally their best friend and sponsoring their event and can't get enough of them and are publicly out there, bashing me and being BFFs with her and whatever. Again, that's all a reflection on them. It has nothing to do with me. If that's the type of person you want to be, then that's who you're going to be. But that all happened. So now I am grieving the family member. I'm grieving the loss of this friendship that I thought that I had. Upon really looking into that one, though, like I said, I found out that it was really more self-betrayal that I was grieving. I was sad that this person hurt me, but I wasn't grieving the friendship. And so truthfully, once I really got down to the root of that, my grief for that person and that friendship was actually very short-lived. And that's kind of how you hit the nail on the head, by the way, when you don't even need a coping mechanism for it anymore. Which is why I say just a little bit ago, when I kind of had that little emotional kind of thing, I literally had to look at myself and go, well, why are you still feeling like that? Because you know what this is. It's the self-betrayal. It's the admitting out loud the self-betrayal. And my lack of boundary and the fact that I let this person do this and I, shouldn't have done that. For a long time, a couple months after this happened, I needed to dive into this more. I needed to dissect it more. And now I've done enough of that. So my, the grief for the family member, 110% real. I'm still sad about that. I will be sad about that for a long time. I really loved that person, and it's just sad. It's heartbreaking. Cancer sucks, and it's an absolute thief. But then, the friendship situation came into play, that whole crappy experience, and I was then reliving the grief of this thing because I hadn't even processed that grief yet. So we've got grief on grief, and then Elise gets the mouth tumor. I have the terrifying situation with her in the hospital. And then, a week and a half later, it comes back after they cut this mass out and, fixed her up at the hospital. And they tell us that it's a super aggressive form of cancer. And then, it grew back very quickly after that. And we had to make the unfortunate decision to let her go. And, sorry. That one I'm still processing and will be for a long time. So that made this whole situation, excuse me, a lot worse because you're living grief, then grief, then grief right on top of it. And because I wasn't able to even fully process one situation of grief, I processed that middle one now for the most part. And so I can get rid of that. I don't actually grieve for that person or really the friendship anymore. I grieve for myself. I still feel guilty and I feel a lot of shame in regards to letting my boundary down and not standing up for myself. That's a little bit of a different situation, but I feel guilty for not seeing, when they said I'm a jealous person, I just should have believed them. And so I go back on that one thinking like, you should have seen it. She straight told you. And then I really can't, you can't get mad at a pig for acting like a pig, right? I mean, like, they are what they are. If it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck, and it told you it was a duck, you can't get mad at it for being a duck. So really, I had a lot of feelings of like sadness, anger, all these other things, but when I really sat with them and I found out what they really were, I just kind of went, oh, duh. And now, I can talk about it and it's not a big deal. Several months ago when this was all still brand new and fresh, and I was actually in the RV doing a live sewing session there. I mean, I totally broke down about it. It's published and out there somewhere on the channel, where I totally broke down about it, and I was super sad, and I was, discussing all of this, and I'm really glad some people that I know were on that live and they talked some sense into me right then and there and told me some things that I needed to hear that I also sat with and dissected, because it really helped me get over like to the next stage of that whole thing, which kind of set me on this whole path. So anyway, this has been a really long live stream. Much longer than all the other ones, but that's okay because I got 2 projects done, and but now I got to go do some other stuff. I have the Original Sewing and Quilting Expo at the end of this week, and so yeah, I have that, and I need to finish getting ready for it. If you're in the DFW area at all, I will be there along with my husband, who comes to the shows with me to help me out. And I won't be teaching or anything. I do have some stage demo time. But if you're in the DFW area, that is where I will be Thursday, Friday, and Saturday of this upcoming week. Wednesday is setup day. Tomorrow. Is tomorrow Wednesday? Yeah, tomorrow's setup day. So it's like loading up the car and figuring out how to get it all in there. But I've got a 15-foot booth, and it will be stocked with all kinds of goodies, including templates actually for that Mav bag that I was making today, along with hopefully some other ones. And so anyway, but yeah, zipper tape, webbing, hardware, of course. EmporiumThreads.com is the business, and so I'll be bringing all that stuff to the show. So anyway, yeah, hopefully this was helpful to somebody out there. At the very least, I hope that you found it entertaining in some way, whatever that means, informative, entertaining, anything else like that. I saw Stephanie, I think, who was it? Stephanie. She said, oh my God, I finally made it to a live. I know that's really hard for you, Stephanie, with your work schedule. So I'm glad that you hopped on here, but yeah, unfortunately it's almost over. So yeah, anyway. Oh, Susie, I'm sorry. I did not mean to make you cry. She said, I still love her to this day, but we're not friends anymore. Yeah, and that is another thing that has come up in all these talks with people, that they've said the same thing. And you can care about somebody from afar, without giving them permission and an audience to you. Nobody is owed that from you, even if they haven't done anything wrong to you. Understand that that's part of that boundary situation. So it's good that you don't have, ill will or, bad intent toward that person. But, yeah, that's good. I don't really have a lot of people like that in my life, because truth be told, most people who've been in my life are still in my life. This is not really a territory I've had to travel before. The worst one, like I said, before all of this, was, the gal that I, was kind of friends with in the circle and stuff. And, that was hurtful, but it mostly was just confusing. It was like, and until somebody else told me, like, she's just jealous. It was like, oh, that's a thing? Really? But it is. So anyway, Stephanie, I know, and I was late. I got what you meant, Susie. Maribel says, you're an amazing person. Well, thank you. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree or agree with that. Everybody puts their pants on one leg at a time, but thank you. I've been listening to you while I'm cooking early dinner, and I applaud you. Well, thank you. I do have to say, through this whole situation, when I have opened up about it in the past, I've had, some people say that, and it is encouraging, and it does make me, feel a bit better. It gives me a bolster of, self-confidence to know that, you have somebody rooting in your corner, especially because when this all happened, understand that when it was going on, the only person I actually opened up to about it my husband, but the only other person I told at all when all of this was going down was that person who was my friend, who then turned around and completely betrayed me in more ways than one. Which again, I'm not even mad about it. She told me who she was and I should have believed her, but that was a really rough pill to swallow. So it was like, wow, this is a very lonely place to be. And it was at that point that I decided, you know what, I've been quiet about this the whole time. I confided in one person, but all of these things are still going on. This person who perpetrated negative things on me continued to do that to other people in the background. And then on top of it, like, you know, manipulated this, I mean, I'll just say it, weak-minded friend of mine who has now been taken in by her. And it's like, sometimes I think, oh, what if I would have said something sooner or whatever? But, you know, again, it's not my job. So, but yeah, it was hard. And so it is nice to know. And I have had other people reach out to and obviously tell me their stories, but then kind of say the same thing, that they were encouraged by it or that I should be encouraged and all that. So I do appreciate that, Maribel, and I'm glad that hopefully I was entertaining while you cooked dinner. Hopefully it's a good dinner. I got to figure out, I think we're going to have grilled burgers for dinner because I didn't pull out any meat or anything. So I think I'm going to be lazy. Jeremy, how you been, dude? I haven't seen you around in a hot minute. He says, hello, beautiful people. Right back at you, Jeremy. Hello, hello. Yeah, Susie, I got what you meant. I figured that was a typo. Even if it wasn't, I've been called worse things. Frankly, at this point in time, or very recently, I was just being called worse things by all of these people in this whole gross situation. So, whatever. You know, names don't really bug me. Call me whatever you want. Anyway, unless there's anything else, I don't know if the same people are still on here about this shirt, but I can look up this shirt pattern really quick. Give me 8 seconds. Maybe longer than 8. Where is my laptop? There it is. Where's this pattern now? Okay. Let me double triple check on this pattern of the shirt that I'm wearing that I made. Let me see, I was late. I am a teacher, so I get called as teacher. The robot, are you asking about my, my Iron Man SVG? This, I drew him. So I draw a lot of art. All of my art within my company, I hand draw. I couldn't find an SVG. Like I was telling you guys, I had this light and I had to draw it to fit the light, and I wanted a very specific silhouette of him. So I just looked up a picture and I created the SVG in the layers. So it doesn't unfortunately exist outside of my computer. I drew it on my iPad that I use and the software that I use to draw. And then I just created him. I'm quite proud of him, and I cannot wait to wear him later this year. Here we go, get it centered on the camera. Lots of little itty bitty pieces, a big gigantic pane in the rear. Not something I would expect anybody else to. I sat at not the sewing machine, I used my domestic to do it. Yeah, it took me many hours to do that. Okay, let me check on this tank top. I don't honestly remember. I'm gonna just look through my patterns really quickly and try to figure out what it is. Is this? Okay, I think it's this. Yes, it is this. Okay, I found it. The company is Ellie, E-L-L-I-E, Ellie and Mac. And the pattern is called the Good Sport Tank Top. So in the pattern, when you look at it, it's got a ton of different options. There's a hooded option, which I have. There is, I don't know if the pocket is optional or if I just added that. It's just a pocket like from any hoodie. And then banding is an option, which I did. And then the open back, like I have here, is also an option. So when you get the pattern, you'll find that. So Ellie and Mac Good Sport Tank Top is the pattern that you guys asked me for. Here's like a very similar version of the one I'm wearing, kind of, with the hood. She didn't do the banding. I also don't know. They don't really have very many pictures on here, I don't think. Oh, well. I want to look on here on the pattern pieces. I think, yeah. So in the bottom of the pattern, this is most definitely what I'm wearing. There are finished like pictures of people's. These are not very clear when I zoom in on them. But like here's the one that I'm wearing, like similar to what I'm wearing, this gray one right here. It's got the open back. I don't think, and then the only thing I changed on mine, just because I don't like hems, but I don't mind banding. And yeah, the pocket looks like it is a real thing. So you can have a pocket and banding, and then you got an open back, and then a hood. So some of these things might have been hacks, but that's the pattern for anybody who needed that. So, yep. Probably took so long because you're on an Apple. Oh, yeah, haha, Amanda, give me, at least, if it was on an Android, I never would have found it. Just kidding. Just kidding. Is the panel for sale? Meaning rephrase that question, Susie. I don't understand. So excited for all the new events happening all over the place. Can't wait to see you at a few. I agree. There's a lot of fun stuff in store. Not everything, like I said, 2023 had a lot of lows, but it also has had a lot of highs so far. I still will not be unhappy to see this year go. There's just been like weird stuff this year, not only just in personal and but just weird things. But just I don't know. It was like 2021 obviously was a huge upswing because we were kind of getting out of COVID and things were good. 2022 for me personally, there was just a lot of really good highs with a couple of really crappy lows, but it kind of forced us out of our shell to have some good highs. And then it just, this year has just kind of sucked. There have been some good things though too, and I'm determined to end it on a good note, which is part of the reason why I'm doing all of this mental health stuff that I'm doing, talking to professional people, talking to mentors, doing a lot of reading, and then sharing with you guys on that point. So anyway, I did not make extra panels, Susie. I just created the one. I made all the SVG layers and drew it all together and then cut it out on the Cricut and then just made the panel. Frankly, I've never made, I've done other applique, but somebody asked me earlier if I will do a tutorial on how to do the pocket to hold this light in here for a lit bag. This is my first time I've ever put lighting in a bag, and I had no idea how I was going to do it. So I literally went out and I had the idea and I thought, you know what, I need to find a light that will work. And so I did. I found the size, and then I had to draw the SVG to work with this size of light, and then I had to figure out how I was going to make a pocket to hold the light. So now that I've done that, there's a pocket inside of here. Where am I? There's a slit pocket, but there's can you guys see that? I don't know. It's do you see the little white circle in there? That's this white circle. You can see the back of it because I needed it to be transparent enough. And then we've got probably should have shown it to you when it was inside out. I think I can turn this a little bit. Do you see the little pocket? It's a little, what do you call that? A gusseted pocket is what it is. And I sized it for the light. And so it sits in there nice and, pretty snug when it's just upright. And it works pretty good. I specifically wanted a battery operated light that you could tap. That way I could turn it off and on at will. So yeah, I have another idea for a really fun bag that we'll use. It comes in a pack of 2, the lights.
So I just wanted to figure this out. And so now that I've figured it out, since we're just being super transparent, a lot of you have asked me about my tutorials. There are two reasons. One, after all of this happened, I think any person can understand that it really affected my self-esteem and my confidence a lot. And I'm now happy to say that I'm in a much better place with all of that. But it really affected my ability to step in front of the camera. And so I didn't. I have shot 3 videos since all of that happened, trying to get myself back in the swing of things. But to be honest with you, they weren't bag tutorials because I couldn't even bring myself to sew. I completely lost my Sojo after all of that happened, and it was not a good time. And so the only things that I sewed for many, many months was when I did the review series on these machines. I shot 3. I've only released 2. This is the 3rd one. And we just haven't released the video yet because my husband's been busy. He's my editor. But I shot the review series because I felt like that was a good way to get my feet wet, and I didn't have to, I didn't have any energy to be creative. Does that make any sense? The whole thing affected me so deeply that I had a hard time, is putting it mildly. The whole thing, I'm not typically a depressed person. Depression is not something that I personally have struggled with really, like long-term clinical depression, but this entire situation really sent me into an actual like depression spiral. I think any person could relate to that and would have that same thing. I mean, my friendship effectively died. I felt, responsible for that. I felt horrible. I felt all these bad things. I had a family member die, and then I had to put my dog down all within a 25-day span. And then attending the funeral for that loved one too. So it was hard. She actually passed away much before that, but then we went to the funeral in January. So anyway, it was a hard situation, and I just did not feel good enough to shoot anything. I didn't even look good enough to get in front of a camera. So the couple of times that I could manage to do that, I just said, I'm going to shoot this review series and we'll get my feet wet. And I did that, and then I just wasn't able to really do much more. And then after that, those of you who know, I had to go off and get some dental work done. And so I was just doing live videos. So I am really hoping that after turning this kind of like new latest page and like feeling a lot better, I'm going to be able to get back into full-blown tutorials. I would love to do that. Truth be told, I attended a sewing retreat with Wizardry Stitchery, and I made, not this Mav Pack, but we made the Mav Pack. We made a lot of bags, and I actually talked with lots of people there, which was really good on so many levels. I met a lot of really nice people. I loved that retreat, by the way. So many nice people. But that was my first venture back out into the sewing community at all after all of this really happened. And I was finally able to get away from all of it. And I was very anxious about it, and still not in a great place. And I hadn't sewn anything in forever. So like everybody who showed up at that retreat brought extra projects with them. I showed up and just did the class. Like I didn't even bring an extra thing with me. I wasn't even sure if I was going to do any of the classes, and I for sure had like an escape route planned, if that makes any sense, if I couldn't cope and be there. And it ended up turning out actually fine, but I was nervous, and that was a hard thing to do. So I'm glad that I did it, but that was the first time I had really sewn anything like legitimate. And the Mav Pack actually really kind of like lit a creative fire back in me. So this is really the first detailed bag I've done, but I've now made 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the 4th one? 5. I've now, including the one I made in class, I made 6 Mav Packs. And while I haven't been able to do much else, this bag has been really fun and pretty easy, and it's just a very satisfying sew, and it's really helped me like bolster and build my self-confidence and my self-esteem back up to get my creativity going, because when you don't feel good about yourself, your Sojo is just like, I had none. And Melissa, the person who is the person who puts on that retreat from Wizardry Stitchery, I mean, I did kind of confide in her a little bit. just barely saying like, I wasn't even sure if I was going to sew anything. And I actually spoke with Lindsay from Lynn's Handmade as well, the designer of this pattern, who's a really sweet human being. And that actually really helped as well. I spoke with Kasaya, who was also there from Saya Swag. And, you know, again, that along with other people, Amanda from Sewocide as well, and several other people that I met at that retreat, Deb, Sherry, Catherine, Kelly, Susie, Cherish, I'm sure there's other people, Mel, and there's probably some other people still that I'm forgetting, Elizabeth. There were so many people that I met there that were really nice, and it made me feel good to be surrounded by people that, like I said, it was a very lonely place to be, and I didn't feel so lonely anymore. So, anyway, math packs. So I've just been kind of making math packs, and I needed them for display for my booth for templates. So anyway, yes, we did have fun at Wizardry. Wizardry was really good. I was not on my like top game, as I kind of just explained. I think I was a little guarded and weird, and I didn't want to be too intertwined. I was kind of like off in the, you know, corner in the back a little bit, yeah. So Cheryl was another person that was super sweet while I was there. There were lots of people who were really sweet. Donna as well. But anyway, yeah, it was a little bit weird and kind of surreal for me while I was there, because I was a little on guard and kind of waiting for the other shoe to fall, and then luckily for me it never did. You know, like there wasn't danger, but my spidey sense was like all over the place after everything that's happened. So yeah, Wizardry was earlier this year. Anyway, Susie said, I love swag. You're fortunate to have the talent. Please share it. I love your tutorials. I just can't hear you on YouTube for some reason. I'll have to use my phone. Yeah, I don't know about that. Stephanie said, sorry, hold on, I'm reading this. Stephanie said an ET bag. That would be cool. Yeah, this might be a little big for ET's finger though. I'd have to get like a little, like a very small light bulb. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't drawn the SVG for the next one, but it's the same size light. So I need to figure out what I'm going to do, exactly how I'm going to draw that SVG. But I have this idea in my brain, just like when this happened. And I knew that my creativity, like I was feeling better, because this came out. So all the other ones I had done prior to that were kind of just, you know, a little more basic. And I really like to do very detailed bags. That's kind of a thing that I do. So anyway, okay. I really gotta get off here. I gotta get some dinner. I gotta do some other stuff. I do publish these videos back, so somebody is gonna have a really fun time watching a 4.5-hour video. I don't think anybody's gonna watch this all the way through. It surprised me. I mean, look, you do you. I'm not gonna tell anybody how to spend their time, but this has been a really fun live stream today, even though it was about a serious topic, which the Say It While You Sew usually are. About, you know, a relatively serious topic. Maybe we can do a Say It While You Sew about something more lighthearted, because I don't know that talking about jealous people in your life is lighthearted, but I know, like I said, I didn't know how the series was going to land, but it's very encouraging to me every time you guys reach out and say, I needed to hear that and here's why, or here's my story. Thank you for saying that. And again, thank you for reaching out, because it's, you know, the first time I did one of these, I was like, I don't know, people are going to think I'm crazy. And maybe I am, but that's okay. Let people think you're crazy. You just got to do you. So anyway, until next time, hopefully we'll have a new video out for you soon. Oh, happy stuff like things hanging out of a car. Yes, there's always some levity in there somewhere. Stephanie says, me, I will watch it. Okay, well, you have fun watching this back. It'll take a little, once I get off here, by the way, it takes a while to process. YouTube does that. It like has to reprocess it and upload it. So I don't know how long it will take to upload it, but it will be up somewhere here on the live stream. So anyway, you can watch it back, but thank you very much everybody who tuned in, and I will see you next time. Goodbye. Have a good night.